Welcome, everyone, to the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name's Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. I got caught up here. Nature called there for a second, but here I am. So today what we're going to do is we're going to go over Brian Entin interviewing Carlos's lawyer. There's another short video we're going to go over about, is there proof of a second suspect? And then we're going to go over Maureen on the interview room as well. So those are the three things we have on the docket. In terms of why Carlos was detained, as the thumbnail says, I think, and this is no one else but me that thinks this, but that picture I have in the thumbnail is the sketch that the sketch artist said the person on the Nest Cam looked like that. That was her image of the person on the Nest Cam. Even though there was a mask on, that was what she said the person looked like. And who does that person look like in that sketch? Looks a little bit like Carlos, doesn't it? Now, I'm not saying it's him in any way, but I'm saying maybe this was why he was detained. It's certainly a possibility. D, what's shaking over there? As the flock of black sheep flow in here, I'm sure Livin's going to yell at me for not starting sooner. Jacqueline, welcome. Glad to have everyone here today. As again, the first thing we're going to go over is Brian Entin's video. Then there's a short video about, is there proof of a second suspect? And again, I'm not sure if I agree with it or not, but we'll see. Christy, welcome. Freedom, welcome. And then we're going to check out Maureen on the interview room, of course. Lots of fun times today. Let's see. So, without further delay, let's jump right into this here. Lisa Mitchell, what's shaking? Glad you can join us.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. Here outside Nancy Guthrie's house. It's now day 22, which is hard to believe. It is Sunday. A couple of interesting developments for you today. First of all, I just interviewed the lawyer for Carlos. You guys remember Carlos was the man who was detained. It's been a couple of weeks now in Rio Rico near the Mexico border when there was that SWAT raid at his house and the search warrant, and it was believed that he may be connected to the Nancy Guthrie case, and that didn't pan out. But I now got like all the details on what actually went down. I mean, he was kept in a car handcuffed for 6 to 7 hours, questioned extensively. A lot that I didn't know, I'm now learning about what went on behind the scenes and what they may have thought was connecting him back to the Nancy Guthrie case. So I'm going to have the full interview with his lawyer coming up in this episode, which was really interesting. Also, the volunteer search groups have been out today, and it's emotional. I mean, some of them, one woman got emotional talking to us, saying that she feels a connection to Nancy Guthrie, thinks of her own mom, and the terrain is rough out here. It's hot today. They were searching in tunnels. They were searching in canyons. They actually found a backpack, which didn't seem to fit the description of the suspect's backpack, but still the sheriff's office came out and got it. So I talked to some of them. You're going to hear from them in this episode. I'm going to take you along on some of their searches. I didn't realize there's like these tunnels, these drainage tunnels out here, which we went into, which I'll show you. And then I'll have the latest update with the Pima County Sheriff's Office. The sheriff did an interview. And apparently there are some challenges, that's what they're calling them, with testing the DNA.
And part of the challenges is the mixed DNA, right? And Brian talks to Cece. She's the genetic expert, the DNA expert, and he gets her opinion on it as well. But to reiterate the thumbnail here, now, Carlos's lawyer doesn't say this. Brian Entin doesn't say this. But this is just something I put together where this sketch that is in the thumbnail, this is something that the sketch artist made of the person that was in the Nest Cam. This is her job. She's been doing this for 20 years, and that's the picture that she came up with. And to me, it looks a little bit like Carlos. Now, granted, that doesn't mean Carlos is guilty, but it could be a reason why he was detained for 6-7 hours like he was that night.
At the private lab in Florida, not good news. He said it could take weeks, a month, and then he even said a year, which was sort of unsettling to hear Sheriff Nanos say that. So I'm going to get into all the latest details, day 22 in Arizona, this episode of Brian Entin Investigates. All right, hey guys, so there's kind of a lot to get to in this episode with the latest developments in the Nancy Guthrie disappearance. First of all, there were no formal
So again, the sheriff says it might take a year to get back these DNA results. That is quite some time, right? A little bit deflating.
Dates from the Pima County Sheriff this weekend, but he did do an interview with NBC News. And I'm always kind of particularly interested when he talks to NBC because, of course, NBC is where Savannah Guthrie works. So I have kind of gotten the sense that they've gotten, not special treatment, but it seems like they're getting more one-on-one interviews. So anyway, he did an interview with NBC News and he spoke specifically about the DNA. He said a couple of things with the DNA, but he said that I wrote some of that down. And what some of what he said. He said the lab says there are challenges with the DNA, and remember the lab that the sheriff's office here is using is a lab in Florida. There was some drama with the FBI initially because the FBI wanted to send certain items to Quantico. The sheriff decided to send everything to this lab in Florida because he said it was just better to have everything in one place, and this is the lab that they have a contract with and that they're used to using. And now he's saying that the lab says that there are challenges with the DNA. And what he said is some of it will resolve itself in a matter of weeks, months, or maybe a year, which I found to be kind of discouraging that he was said maybe a year or even months. But apparently I've also heard him use the word snags with the DNA. And he said that the DNA samples are mixed. That's the word he used, mixed, that they contain DNA from more than one person, and that is the reason that they are having these challenges. But again, when he said that it could maybe take a year, that just didn't sound good. Hopefully that's not actually the case. I texted Cece Moore, who is a DNA expert who I know, who I've interviewed on my show before, just to see what she thought. I said, hey, Cece, I'm not sure if you saw, but the sheriff did an interview and said there are challenges with the DNA. He said some of it will resolve itself in a matter of weeks, months, or maybe a year. The DNA samples are mixed. Do you think this is a big issue? And she wrote me back. I just texted her. She said, yes, it could be. If it was a straightforward mixture, it would not delay things much at all. So it sounds like it may not be a straightforward mixture. So
someone in the live chat just said they're surprised that the judge signed off on the warrant to search Carlos's stuff, considering how flimsy it was. And yeah, absolutely. Whatever evidence they gave him seems pretty flimsy. But I thought maybe because of this sketch, maybe that's what they were thinking. But again, I think this also proves that it would take a lot for them not to approve any kind of search warrant in a case like this, right? Considering how many eyeballs are on this case, it has to be pretty egregious for a judge to not sign off on it.
Not good news. I remember there's DNA that was found inside Nancy Guthrie's house, which I've always thought seemed like one of the most promising pieces of evidence because they said it's DNA that didn't connect back to Nancy Guthrie or anyone in her immediate circle. So now they're trying the genetic genealogy, which is where they try to test it, which apparently they're having issues, but they try to test the DNA in these genealogy databases to see if they can connect it back to anyone close to the suspect. So we'll see how that pans out. But again, that didn't sound like good news there, that they're having issues. He also said that there are no names that they're looking into right now, no specific names, no suspect names, which is a little contrary to some of my reporting because you guys remember we went to the gun shops and they told us that they had a list, that the FBI showed up with a list of 40 names and 40 photos and was showing gun shop employees and the owner the 40 names, the 40 photos to see if any of those people had been inside the gun shop or bought a gun or if they saw them at all. So I know they had some kind of list, but the sheriff is now saying that there are no names that they're looking into. He said in terms of leads, I think that it is still growing. I think we are getting closer to identifying some of the items on top of the backpack, maybe the shoes, pants, shirt, jacket. Remember, the backpack is the only item in the suspect photos from Nancy's front door Google Nest camera. The backpack is the only item that they were able to fully identify and say for sure that the suspect bought at Walmart. And we know that FBI agents were working with Walmart to try and figure out who's bought a backpack like that in, the recent time frame, and they can actually go back through sales records and search back that way. So he says that now they are getting closer to identifying also the shoes, pants, shirt, and jacket, which would be big too, because then they could go into sales databases and also try to find where those items were purchased. And those may not have been purchased at Walmart, I'm told. The sheriff has actually said that. The backpack, they know came from Walmart. The other items they believe were also sold at other retailers too. So it may take them more time to
And even things that are sold exclusively at Walmart, that doesn't account for thrift stores or buy me again stores or even Amazon sometimes, right? Used goods.
to get to all of that. Also, and I really want to get to my interview with Carlos's lawyer here in a second, the guy who was detained in Rio Rico. But first, let me tell you about this volunteer search group that was out and about. So they all met up this morning early, 8 a.m., and they've been searching the area around Nancy Guthrie's home. The terrain is rough here. I mean, I don't know if I've sort of explained that enough, but there's a ton of cactuses. It's hot today. And if you're in the shade like I am right now, it doesn't feel too bad. But right when you get in the sun today, it's hot. You get a sunburn really easily. And there's just a lot of like ravines and crevices and holes, and it's rough out here. So the search party, the volunteer search party met up and they started searching. We followed them. They went through tunnels. There's these drainage tunnels that they went through. They went all over the area. It was impressive. And at one point they found a backpack.
So this is a community search group that's looking for all these things here, and they found a backpack. But here's the thing about these areas. There's a lot of homeless people around, and that's the same thing with the gloves, right? They don't know if homeless people are throwing out the gloves or a backpack here. So it's really hard to say what things are coming from. But they're trying. They're trying to help.
Which a lot of people were tweeting about. The backpack did not match the backpack that the suspect had in the photo, but nonetheless, they still called the sheriff's office. They knew not to touch anything. They were sort of like holding a stick to carry the backpack, and the sheriff's office came out and took the backpack. So we'll see if that pans out into anything. Keep in mind, there are a lot of homeless people in some of these areas, especially down in the tunnels. So some of these items probably belong to homeless people. I've kind of thought that all along. I thought the same thing with a lot of the black gloves that have been found. I just haven't put a lot of weight into a lot of that, but you never know. And every little bit helps. And one of the women that we spoke to who was searching talked about how she just felt this connection to Nancy Guthrie because, Nancy was around the same age as her mom. And I've heard that from a lot of people, and I felt that myself. I mean, some people think that this case has only been so, popular, I guess is the right word, or just people are so interested in this case because of Savannah Guthrie and the celebrity element. But I think it's also maybe equally because people relate to Nancy Guthrie. She just seems like everybody's mom or grandma. And, for those of us with parents who are getting older, you're always kind of worried about them and worried about people coming in the house and helpers, and just, you start to worry more. And for me, I think that's why I felt connected to this case. And I think that's why a lot of other people felt connected, including this one volunteer searcher who we met today. Take a look at this.
My mother died many years ago, and she would be around Nancy's age now. And if this was her, I would want people to do what they could to help me find my mom. You know what? I don't know. We can't change the past. We can only do what we can today. So the minute I heard that something had been organized, I was going to show up. So here we are. I didn't know him 3 hours ago, but we've teamed up on this. So, and I mean, I've spent majority of my life in Tucson, and you don't realize how vast it is in terms of not only distance, but the terrain. Like something can look flat.
Look at her hat. Good vibes. Let's see if she turns more so we can see it.
And it's got this.
Good vibes. So speaking of good vibes, Danielle needed some good vibes earlier this week with her surgery. Hopefully she finds her way in here. Bella's brother needed some good vibes because of the heart surgery he was having. Hopefully that happened as well. But I'm a big believer in the good vibes. Danielle and Bella both are part of the community here, the flock of black sheep. So we try to look out for them all.
Slight little incline. So it's not only distance, but elevation and all of the things.
So I've been away from home for a while for work, and one of the things I miss so much are my Factor meals. They make it so much easier to eat better. And Factor is a sponsor of today's video. This was a crime, and that we haven't seen big searches. I mean, it's just not something that we've seen as part of this investigation. Other cases I've covered, you'll see big grid searches that happen. You'll see helicopters up every single day. You'll see dogs constantly. We just haven't seen that in this case, which makes me wonder what they know behind the scenes that they're not telling us. Why haven't they had big search parties? And even with this volunteer search group, they almost in a sense discouraged it. The sheriff's office put out a statement saying, not to interfere with law enforcement, that you need permits to search in certain areas. They warned people about going on private property, which is all fair,
And you know what? The sheriff's probably worried about two things. They don't want them to collect evidence in the wrong way, more than likely. And there can also be an element of they don't want the community to get the credit. I mean, there could always be that ego, human nature element of it too. So, but again, on one hand, I think he has a point. You don't want them to collect evidence in the wrong way, in a way that would, like, maybe they find something that would be beneficial, but if they collect it the wrong way, then not so good. But even when they found the backpack, they did make sure to not touch it, as to not ruin prints or whatever else. So they're trying. They're trying.
But it's just made me wonder. The sheriff hasn't emphasized the need to search in a long time, which just makes me wonder what they may know behind the scenes. They may know nothing, but anyway, we'll see if these volunteer searchers come back out again. But they seem to cover, a lot of ground considering there weren't a ton of them today. Okay, let me get to Carlos now. You guys remember I raced out to Rio Rico. It's been a couple of weeks now when there was the first SWAT raid. There's been two. There was the one, gosh, I'm losing track of my days, but the one that was just 2 miles from here. That was the more recent one, which we still don't know all the details of. We know there were no arrests in that one, but the first one was in Rio Rico, which was that town right near the border where FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Office and the SWAT team, they were all out there. They pulled a man over named Carlos, who was with his wife and child, and they detained him. And I'm learning more details now. They detained him for 7 hours, 6 to 7 hours, his lawyer's telling me, while they interrogated him. And they seemed to have some information that they thought was connecting him back to the Nancy Guthrie case. Turns out it doesn't seem he was connected to the case. So I had a lot of questions about why
So my theory is what I included in the thumbnail. That sketch is something that a sketch artist who's worked for law enforcement for 20 years, she made that sketch based on the Nest Cam footage on the porch. So she created that sketch. And I said, you know what? Maybe they said, oh, this guy Carlos looks like the person in the sketch. Let's detain him and see if there's anything going on. Now, that's not to say he's guilty in any way, or even a suspect. I'm just speculating. Maybe that's why they detained him. Maybe that's why they asked him so many questions. Just a thought. But what do you think? Chat, do you think that's a possibility? Press 1 if you think, yeah, they might have just said he looks like that sketch. Or 2, no correlation, something else.
Carlos, why did they had a search warrant. They busted inside his house. They still have his phone, I learned. So I got some new information from his lawyer. He's now got a lawyer because wants his name cleared, which still hasn't officially been cleared. But I spoke with his lawyer. I wanted you guys to hear this conversation. So you represent Carlos?
Correct. And I also represent his in-laws, his family.
Okay. Yeah, we met them when we were out there the night of the the bust, I guess you could call it,
Yeah.
or the raid. So first of all, how is he doing? I mean, I've seen him do some interviews. He's maintained that he has nothing to do with anything to do with Nancy Guthrie, right?
Oh, he's an innocent man. He's absolutely an innocent man. It's really clear to me that he had nothing to do with it, and this was, some kind of mistake. And we'll have to get to the bottom of what the mistake was, who jumped the gun and why. But right now, Carlos, I think he's doing a little bit better. I think he's been able to see some of the response to his interview last week. And, but it's been very hard on the family. It's been very hard on him. And, to be thrown into the limelight, to have this kind of shadow cast on him, implying that he's somehow involved in the most notorious crime that anyone can think about right now. So
how did it go down? Because when we got there, you know, they had his road closed off where he lives, and we heard it was a traffic stop down the street, but did they just pull him over? I don't know if you can share some detail on how it actually happened.
So this is good. So Brian asked him, how did he get pulled over? What are the details? Let's see what Carlos's lawyer says. And this is who this is. Carlos's lawyer is on the left.
So my understanding is that Carlos noticed that he was being followed by a marked police vehicle from Marana, which is a community north of Tucson. And that he was driving back to the family house, sees this marked vehicle following him, and he stops to try to talk to them and find out, you know, why are you following me? What's going on? When he does that, multiple police officers jump out, pointing guns, demanding that everybody get out of the vehicle. And from that point forward, you know, they have Carlos arrested. They have him in the back of a Marana car, and then later a Pima County Sheriff's Office car. And then
and granted, I think this lawyer's ultimate goal now is to sue. They want to sue the Pima County law enforcement, the police, for this. They're going to say unlawful detainment. I think that's their end goal now. So keep that in mind. It hasn't happened yet, but I would not be surprised one bit if that's what this guy tries to do.
Conduct a raid on the family house.
Was he handcuffed?
Yes.
Okay. And did they say why initially?
No.
So he goes in the back of the car, and then what happened to him next?
So he was held in the back of that car for somewhere between 5 and 7 hours. And I should say in the back of two different cars. He was first in a Marana car and then moved to a Pima County Sheriff's Office car. And, you know, all of those law enforcement agencies in Southern Arizona, they work together often. They have various, sorry, my ring light just fell. They have various task force that they operate cooperatively, so it can sometimes be hard to tell who's running the show. But he spent a total of somewhere between 5 and 7 hours in the back of police vehicles, fully handcuffed, separated from his family, and being questioned by Pima County personnel and most likely the FBI.
So they questioned him while he was in the car still?
Correct.
Okay. And then was he just let go after 7 hours in the car?
Yeah.
And that,
absolutely.
Wow. Okay. And so,
you know, yeah. The other thing I was going to say is they also questioned his family. They questioned his wife. They questioned his mother-in-law, and they arrested and detained, you know, other members of his family.
So while he's in the car, what happened at the house?
What happened at the house is they did a forced entry into the house, breaking doors, holding, you know, terrifying the occupants, terrifying Carlos's family, and damaging property.
Did they take anything?
Our understanding is that the only item that they took is Carlos's telephone, his cell phone.
And was he able to get that back?
No, not yet. We've contacted Pima County Sheriff's Office and requested it. We've also contacted
So they still have his cell phone and they don't have it back yet. Which also reminds me, where's Annie's car? It was impounded. Was it returned? We don't know. How about the Range Rover that was taken? Did that get returned yet? Or is that still evidence? We don't know the answer to that question either.
the FBI and requested that it be returned. Obviously, we've also put in records requests and evidence preservation letters.
Do you know if it was because the second raid that we went to, the one closer to Nancy's house, was they confirmed was a federal search warrant. Was this also a federal search warrant? Do you know?
It was signed by a state judge. Now, that doesn't mean that when you say federal search warrant, what I interpret that to mean is what kind of judge issued it.
Right.
This one was issued by a state court judge, and it was directed to state law enforcement actors. That doesn't mean that federal agents were not involved in the affidavit that's used to get the search warrant. But the problem we have right now is we don't have the affidavit. And to kind of explain what that is, a search warrant is an order from a judge saying there's probable cause for a search and, describing what.
I mean, honestly, if you're a law enforcement official and you show a state judge or a federal judge that sketch from the professional sketch artist and you say, hey, this person looks like the person in the Nest Cam footage, according to the sketch artist, is that good enough for probable cause? I would say in a case like this, they would probably say yes, because it's going to have to be pretty egregious for that state judge or federal judge to say, nope, we're not going to grant it to you. So that's just one theory. That's not fact in any way, just my speculation.
Person, places, things can be searched. Under the Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution, in order to get a search warrant, you need to put forward probable cause to a neutral magistrate and have that magistrate issue it. And that requires presenting some sort of evidence. The search warrant affidavit for this search warrant was issued by the Pima County Superior Court, and it is sealed. We sent an investigator to go and get it, and we're told that it was sealed. So one of our next steps will be to try to get that search warrant unsealed so that we can see what the purported basis for any of this was.
Do you have any idea? I mean, based on what they were asking Carlos, have you been able to sort of piece together why they thought he was involved?
I don't think they had any reason to think he was involved. My belief is that it's most like this is his arrest, his unlawful detention, the search of his residence, his property, the seizure of his property, probably all goes to some electronic evidence that's really dubious. Something like.
So what do you think, chat? Do you think that's what it was? Some sort of electronic evidence that's really dubious? Because here's the thing. If it's not what I said in regards to the sketch, what is it? Do you think it was some sort of electronic ping? So yeah, so press 1 if you think it was some sort of electronic connection. Press 2 if you think it's something else.
Cell phone pings, something like flock cameras. He's a delivery driver. I don't know that he was ever even in that area. And I think it's widely known by law enforcement that things like cell phone pings are incredibly inaccurate. They're very, very dependent on a lot of factors. And so I suspect that it's probably some combination of that and possibly some other sort of bizarre government triangulation, maybe using some kind of, surveillance database type software like Palantir, something like that.
What is that? What's that? I've never heard of that.
So Palantir is a software suite that's sold to the government that they use to cross-reference their own databases. So it's like intelligence gathering software. The military uses it. The FBI uses it. A lot of police agencies use it. And, it allows them to try to triangulate things. So they might be, I'm way out on a limb speculating right now, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if, they had some dubious cell phone ping, some really vague description of a vehicle, like a silver vehicle, and then they just cross-referenced it with Hispanic people who lived in Tucson or something like that. The other possibility is, some kind of tip, confidential informant type of thing, but, I don't see what that would be.
Right. When we met Josefina out there, his, I guess, mother-in-law, she was saying how he was a delivery driver. And I was wondering if maybe he delivered something on that street. And maybe like they just went back and looked at all the cell phones that were in that area and then looked at the pictures and who might have had similar eyebrows, something like that,
That certainly crossed my mind, but I don't know that he was ever even on that street, so I don't know. It's very strange to me to see.
And again, so if he's a delivery driver, maybe he's had a delivery around the area and then somehow there's some sort of ping associated with that. Sure. That wouldn't surprise me either.
Just the kind of the circus the police created, where they clearly cast a shadow on his reputation and, through their actions, identifying him as a quote unquote person of interest, have really ruined his life right now, where he's having trouble maintaining employment. He was notified by his employer not to identify himself as being related to that employer. He's not getting work. And when he and his family go out into the community, and Rio Rico and Nogales are very small towns in Arizona, they feel like everybody's watching them, and people are coming up to them. People are making statements to them. And, Carlos's children are afraid to go to school.
So Anita in the chat asked, did they ever take a look at Nancy's phone? I would say I'm sure they did, but what they found on it, I don't know. Because I think we saw that the phone was left at the home, right? And that's what the pacemaker was connected to. One of the reasons why the pacemaker disconnected. But it would be very interesting to see what was on her phone. We just haven't heard anything about it.
Because of this.
Yeah. And then there was the second raid at the other house where there was no arrest there either. So we don't know if that's going to be a similar situation as Carlos, or I don't know if they're still investigating. It's kind of hard to sort out.
Well, I do know that with respect to the second raid, an attorney in Tucson named Christopher Shalepi has said that he represents that person as well as that person's mother, and that they're innocent. They had nothing to do with this. But again, you get met with this deafening silence from the sheriff's office and the sheriff, who seem to be quite comfortable going out and placing suspicion on people, but have no interest in clearing them after that happens.
What does Carlos want now? I mean, he's obviously retained you. Is he want to sue, or sort of what's the next step?
So the first step is for Sheriff Nanos to come forward and admit that they messed up, that Carlos is innocent. They have no reason to believe that he has any connection. They
might be waiting a long time for that. For Sheriff Nanos to come up and say he made a mistake, they're wrong. I wouldn't hold my breath.
To this or any other incident. That's step one. And every day that goes by where Sheriff Nanos doesn't do that, it makes it worse for Carlos.
And Danielle, you make a good point with that. The more we talk about it, it almost gets more confusing as opposed to being more clear as time goes on, right? The longer so many questions get unanswered or remain unanswered, I feel that way with some of these cases, right? Where you get too in it and then they get more confusing as time goes on, as opposed to thinking about what you see in the beginning and going with your first reaction. For me, the first reaction is usually right. But if you focus on it for so long, then it's almost like you can psych yourself out a little bit and confuse yourself. So I totally get what you're saying, Danielle.
The next steps after that are going to be an investigation that we will conduct to figure out exactly what the Pima County Sheriff's Office did and did wrong that led to that false arrest, false detention, and that illegal search. And then once we've completed that, our next step would be litigation if warranted.
I guess I always thought, and from other stories and cases I've covered, that when they do a search warrant where they bust inside and go through everything, that there's like real legitimate evidence
One hopes
to do that.
There should be. That's what we hope. But, again, this is a...
So here's the thing. When it comes to probable cause, now I'm someone who's been in trouble with the law before. It does not take much for a police officer or anyone to say they have probable cause. And what happens is, unless you know your rights, they take advantage of people that don't know their rights. So, and that's just something that happens. This is why if you're ever in trouble, you shouldn't say a word until you have your attorney with you. But one time what happened to me was I got pulled over for not wearing a seatbelt. And since I'd already been in trouble before with drugs, etc., what turned into probable cause to search my car was a sandwich bag. I had an empty sandwich bag from literally a sandwich, and the police used that as evidence and probable cause to search my car with a drug dog. Now, thankfully for me, I was clean at the time, so I had nothing going on. But my point is, that's all it takes sometimes. They see a sandwich bag, probable cause, search the car. Now, if something like that would have happened to me today, I might have said, no, you are not allowed to search my car. I'm going to get my lawyer. Now, some people would say, well, only someone who is guilty would say no. And I would say it's about the principle. It's really about the principle. It's not about whether you're guilty or not. It's about the principle of an illegal search, I would say.
Secret affidavit, and that's not particularly unusual. They often do secret probable cause affidavits. But what we do know is they searched the residence of an innocent man. And what we know about him leads us to believe that there's no way they could have possibly had a reason to actually believe he had anything to do with this case. And so, you know, we all, I think, want to trust our government. We all want to trust the police officers who are, you know, out there working to protect the community. But what we've seen again and again in high-profile cases like this is that police will get frustrated with their inability to solve a crime, and they will end up making mistakes, leaping to judgment or rushing to judgment, and innocent people, innocent families get caught in the crossfire.
And here's the other thing about the principle of the matter, right? When a corrupt government or law enforcement is corrupt, that's when the principles really do matter. Because, again, going back into history, right, where you might think you have nothing to hide until something happens like a World War II or something happens like a communist regime, and all it takes is them seeing you criticize the government, and now all of a sudden you're in massive trouble, right? And these are literally things that have happened in the last 100 years. So I'm not talking out of my ass with this, but in those cases, yeah, you would want privacy then, wouldn't you? You wouldn't want to be stuck at the mercy of them. So you might think now, I'm not breaking the law, but when the laws change, where maybe you can't even criticize the government anymore, that's against the law, then you're going to be wishing you had privacy then. That's why the principles matter. But if you're here, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Today, I got to make sure my tuberculosis is cured today. Getting to 1,000 likes will help cure my tuberculosis. Please remember to subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I go live every night to talk about true crime, current events, and I use my experience with mental health, addiction, and narcissistic abuse to give my own unique perspective on those things. And most importantly, there's an amazing flock of black sheep here in the live chat. Come say hello and check us out.
And so we have examples like Stephen Hatfill in the anthrax letter case, who was falsely accused by the FBI.
Got a super chat. Super chats are very helpful. Thank you very much, Leach the Missile. I got pulled over recently and didn't get a ticket, but cop asked me who the mugshot is of. My Jerry Garcia bumper sticker. No, I don't think you did say this, but that's pretty cool though. Jerry Garcia. Or the ice cream, Benny Garcia, Jerry Garcia. I love it. Thank you very much, Lisa.
And Richard Jewell, the Atlanta Olympic bombing, falsely accused by the FBI, whose life was ruined. And so, when you have a high-profile investigation like this, and they don't have good leads, what I think happens is pressure comes from above, like, hey, we got to move, we got to do something, we got to make an arrest, we got to show the community we're working on this. And when that pressure happens, we know mistakes get made.
And just to go back for 1 second, just in conclusion, when he was in the police car for 7 hours or a couple of cars and they were asking him questions. Was it like a real interrogation, or do you think they realized pretty quickly that he wasn't involved? Like, do you know anything about what they were asking him?
My understanding is they were basically asking him questions about his whereabouts at various times. I don't. What one of the things that we anticipate getting is any video or recordings of that interview, and that might give us more information once we have that. We do think it's going to be difficult to get it, and so it may be some time before we know the details of that.
Yeah, with the FBI involved, and I just know from the work I do, it can be very difficult getting those records once the feds are involved.
When they handcuffed him, placed him in the back of that car, made clear he was not free to leave, and held him for 5 to 7 hours in that fashion, I think it's just undisputable that that constitutes an arrest under the United States Constitution. My understanding is that at some point he was read his rights, but my understanding is that that was later on. It's also my understanding that he asked for an attorney and was not provided with one. So I hope that answers the question. It can sometimes be hard to make the distinction between what constitutes a detention and what constitutes an arrest. But usually if it's a matter, almost always, if it's a matter of hours, that's going to end up being an arrest. And so my understanding is the only thing that hasn't been returned is Carlos's phone, of the things that were taken. What happened is, Carlos was living with his in-laws, and that is where they executed the search warrant. And the rest of the family was caught in the crossfire of what we view as an illegal detention and an illegal search. And, in those moments that evening and early into the morning, you can see the terror in her face, that she's been isolated from her family, that she's unable to figure out what's going on, and that police have entered her house and essentially kicked her out of it. I just think Americans of all political stripes should be horrified by this, because it is an abuse of government power, and for it to happen and then the government to remain silent, Sheriff Nanos to remain silent.
And this is a good point by him. Whether you think you're guilty or not, it's about the principle. You don't want people to be able to detain you on flimsy to no evidence. I think that's true. I think that's a good point by the lawyer.
About its effects, when he could easily come forward and say, hey, we had information. We realized that information was bad. We realized that Carlos had no involvement in this. And that's really what we would expect a responsible leader in our community, a responsible sheriff to come forward and say.
So that was attorney Jesse Showalter, who is representing Carlos. I'll stay in touch with him. You guys remember I interviewed his mother-in-law when the raid happened, and I was out there, and she was so convinced that he wasn't involved from the very beginning. And they had taken her cell phone too. And, I actually kind of believed her then, but I just thought to myself, well, there's probably a lot I don't know. I had just shown up out there, but she was convinced. She said he doesn't know Nancy Guthrie. He wasn't in Tucson the night she went missing. And it turns out, it seems she was right that he was not involved based on everything that we've heard. So I'll continue to dig into that. You heard the lawyer, Jesse, explain that they're trying to get the search warrant. I've also been trying to get the search warrant. A lot of that stuff is sealed. But once we can get those documents, it'll tell us exactly what authorities had to justify doing that search warrant, because the judge had to sign off on it. So sealed for now, but eventually, hopefully, it'll be unsealed, especially as they really move on onto different leads. Let me go through also. This was the latest update that we got from the Pima County Sheriff's Office. In terms of neighborhood activity, they say detectives and agents are back today in the Guthrie neighborhood canvassing as part of the investigation, and that no additional details will be provided, but we know they were out here yesterday. I told you guys how they've changed the traffic pattern on Nancy Street. They put a bunch of cones out and closed off one of the lanes. They say detectives and agents have collected multiple gloves from the area, and analysis is part of the investigation. Specific details about these pieces of evidence will not be shared publicly. It remains an active investigation. They're saying that there have been no changes to resources in the investigation. You know, there was one report, I think it was from ABC, that said that, you know, they may start to peel back resources as time goes on. And the sheriff is saying there have been no changes in resources. There may be fluctuations day to day based on investigative leads. Several hundred law enforcement personnel remain dedicated to the case. This will remain an active investigation until Nancy Guthrie is found or all leads are exhausted. DNA, they gave us an update, but really the latest update is what I told you at the beginning of this episode from the sheriff, that they're having challenges with the DNA, which isn't good news. There was some reporting about a helicopter over a landfill, and I was actually tracking it on one of the
And we heard about this yesterday, right? But this had no connection. The helicopter and the landfill.
helicopter tracking apps, and you can see it doing a grid search over a landfill just about like 20 minutes from here. We went out to the landfill and we're told there that, you know, they didn't think it had anything to do with the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And now the sheriff's office confirmed the private aerial activity near a landfill was not related to the investigation. And then I already told you what they said about private search parties, basically saying that they appreciate the concern, but that this work is best left to the professionals, which really rubbed some people the wrong way, honestly. Some of the volunteer searchers, but also just some people in the community were like, why are they discouraging people from searching? The more, the better. So that was kind of an interesting statement. That
The only thing I could think of is they don't want the volunteers to mess up evidence somehow. But it also, more cynically, maybe they don't want the community to get the credit. But what do you think? What is their reasoning for saying to kind of discourage the community? Do you think they're worried about messing up evidence somehow that they find? Or do you think it's more about, the ego? They don't want the community to solve important things. Which one do you think it is? So press 1 if you think they're just worried that they're going to collect evidence wrong or something. Press 2 if you think actually they just don't want the community to get the credit
they made. So that's really the latest. Again, it's day 22. It's Sunday. I'm going to stay out here and just continue to investigate. I got a couple of things set up that I'm going to look into tomorrow. I appreciate all of you guys for following along. I appreciate all of your emails and direct messages. You guys have given me some really good ideas, and especially those people who live in Tucson have set me up with people to talk to, which has been really, really helpful. And I just hope that, I kind of say this every time, but I think about it every day. I hope Nancy's found soon. I hope she comes home safely. I hope there's some resolution in all of this. As I said earlier, I think we all feel connected to this case for one reason or another. I think of Savannah Guthrie. I'm interested to see, she hasn't made a video in a while. Is she going to make another video? Is she going to do interviews? Is she going to do a press conference at some point? Because as I've shown you guys, some of the media is already leaving. So, that always makes me nervous.
So it looks like most people think it's an ego thing. That's the reason why the sheriff doesn't want them to do it. Ego. They don't want the community to get the credit. I think also it could be a combination of both as well, for sure.
Because when there's not a lot of attention on something, there's not a lot of pressure. The pressure goes away. It's not always a good thing for an investigation. So I'll keep you guys posted. Appreciate you guys for keeping up with all my videos, and I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. So in this next video here, we're going to see, is there evidence of a second suspect? I am not so sure that this is evidence of it, and I'll tell you why in a minute. But it might be. I'm not ruling it out.
Objects and lights in the background. We can get a sense.
So this is the Mob Crew. That's the name of this channel. I don't think we've ever gone over them before, but I'll break down what I think of this here.
Just before 2 a.m. on February 1st of this year, at the residence of Nancy Guthrie in Tucson, Arizona, an intruder would be caught on a ring cam, seen here. This person had a ski mask, gloves, backpack, and very small flashlight that they kept in their mouth. The intruder would disconnect the ring cam and gain entry into the home. Shortly after, Nancy Guthrie would be abducted from her home. But was this all done by one person, or was there more suspects lurking in the background? In this video,
I think there's more than one person doing this. So I do agree with that part. I'm not sure if this video is conclusive evidence of it, but I'll let you guys make up your mind. I'll tell you what I think as we see it.
I will show you that it appears more than one suspect may have been caught on this ring cam. In this video, I'll break down where I believe the other possible intruder was, and all the signs in the video that point to a second suspect lurking nearby. You are watching the Mob Crew.
Investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky in Tucson again tonight.
Tonight, with the search for Nancy Guthrie.
But here's the thing. He's looking there in that direction, but I don't know if that's the only thing he's looking for. He might be looking for other just people or cars coming up too.
Now entering its third week, and with the country still praying she's found, her daughter Savannah is making a direct appeal to the person who took her mother. 2 weeks of pain evident on Savannah's face.
I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is that it's never too late.
Consistent to what we were told by the family, that Nancy was dropped off at home. And we know that because we have a garage door open at approximately, I can't stress that enough, at approximately 9:48 p.m. At 9:50 p.m., that garage door closes, which is that time we assume that Nancy's home and probably going to bed. Sunday morning, early morning at 1:47 a.m., the doorbell camera disconnects. At 2:12 a.m., software detects a person on a camera, but there's no video available. They had no subscription, and therefore it would rewrite itself. 2:28, Nancy's pacemaker app shows that it was a disconnect from the phone.
So I don't think Savannah Guthrie is involved. I think it's more likely a punishment to Savannah Guthrie this is even happening than her being involved. That's my opinion. And what really cemented that for me was yesterday when we watched the footage of Nancy and Savannah together on the Today Show. They really had a good bond together. Nancy is a good-hearted woman, and it seems like Savannah and her had a genuine connection. And it made me think, yeah, whoever did this, maybe the goal was to punish Savannah Guthrie for something.
He discovers her missing, and at 12:03 p.m., 911 is called in to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. I believe it's about...
Since this video has been released, it appears that most details in the video, such as the suspect's clothing, backpack, and more, have been identified or mentioned by detectives and or sleuths. But I haven't seen anybody talk about a particular set of lights seen in the background that only appear near the end of the video. Seen here is the same video. On the right is the original version, and on the left is the same video, but with a negative filter. This will be helpful when showing the different objects and lights in the background. Seen here is a Google Earth view of Nancy Guthrie's home and neighborhood. This is very important.
And overall, I do think this video is well done. I think it was clever of them to be able to find this. I don't know if it proves it, but I think the video is well done.
As the layout of the home and the direction the ring cam are off a bit. Here is where the garage is located, and here is where the front porch with the ring cam was located. Notice that the sidewalk leading to the driveway and neighborhood are at a slight angle. Now as we swing around to face the same way the ring cam in the porch was facing, you can see it's not centered with the neighborhood across the street. This is an important detail because in the ring cam footage, the lights seen in the background to the upper light are coming from this house here. This will help to get your sense of direction, distance, and the height of things in the background. Another glaring detail that can back up what I am saying is the fact that you can see the diamond, no outlet sign, just below that to the right of those lights, seen here. Now I will show you where I believe there are signs of a second intruder lurking in the background. Notice as the intruder is walking away to grab some shrubbery, we can see that there is a light source which appears towards the top right hand side of the camera. It appears and then disappears a couple of times. We can see it in both versions shown here. We can even see that the intruder turns their head in that direction just before the video cuts out. Notice how the light disappears and reappears as if someone was watching or scouting from a distance.
So my couple thoughts on this are the following. This light source, even though it comes in and out, possibly could be from a home of sorts, for one. Two, what do they think it's from? Because if it's a human doing it, I think you'd see the whatever they're doing, however they're holding it, moving, if they're indeed holding something. If it's a car, then you would see more light. And I also think the person might be looking for cars as well, just like lights, I'm sure. But that being said, like, what is it? What is the light? Is it from a home? I don't know. And someone in the chat said maybe this video is edited. Maybe. I'm not ruling that out either. But what do you think it is, chat?
So where exactly is this light source coming from, and is it coming from a home or something else? Shown here is top-down view of the home and the direction the ring cam was facing. After pointing out the different objects and lights in the background, we can get a sense that the approximate field of view for this camera would be something like this, with the lights from this home here. Then below that towards the middle is the yellow caution sign, shown here. That would mean that the light source seen in the background towards the top right-hand side are somewhere approximately here. Here is a much closer look at the light source and notice how it behaves. Noticed as it appears as one light source, then disappears, then when it reappears, it almost looks like a set of lights. Here's a look at it with two different filters, regular and negative.
I mean, it's possible it's something, but I think it's a bit of a stretch to say this is proof of the second suspect. I do think there's more than one suspect, though. I just don't know if this is definitive proof of it or not.
So the big question is it another person, such as a second suspect seen in the distance, or is it a light source that's coming from this home, shown here? So the big thing to point out is how the homes across the street are at a higher elevation than Guthrie's home, and if you look closely, the two homes are nearly at the same level, except for the pool. Keep in mind that this pool is fenced in. Notice that the light source is not much higher than the street sign, and we can see that the lights from the left home are much higher than the sign. So in theory, this unknown light source is likely coming from this area. The other argument to this theory of a second intruder lurking in the background is that the light source disappears, then reappears. So if it was a static light source, you would think it would be there the entire time, just like the house light seen in the top left. The only other argument to this would be if wind was a factor and had obscured the lights from the neighboring home, but there is no signs of wind when looking at the brush and trees in the background. And according to the weather report, there was very little wind that day. The final argument to this theory of a second intruder, possibly scouting and waiting in the brush, is that the suspect seen in the video clearly looks in that direction. But
here's the other question. So if something's out there, where's the car? Because just having a person there is no good. You need a getaway vehicle, right? That's what I'd be looking for. Where's that vehicle? That's my question. Because they got out of there in a vehicle. They had to have.
After the light source reappears. This would also be a prime spot to be hiding in the brush across the street, likely with a vehicle nearby, scouting and waiting for the first intruder to break into home. Here's a few close-up photos of the intruder and their approximate height. It also appears this suspect has a tattoo on their right wrist. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Do you think that is a second intruder?
So I think there's multiple suspects, but I don't think that video proves it. I think it's just as easily something from the house across the street, and maybe there is a little bit of a breeze across the way, blocking it out a little bit. I feel like if it's a person, you're going to see that light moving around more somehow, some way. That's just my thought, though. But what do you think?
Lying in wait for the first suspect to break into the home. And of course, if you have any information about Nancy Guthrie and her whereabouts, please call the FBI tip line. Thank you so much for watching. Please smash the like button and consider subscribing for more videos like this.
And either way, though, I think that was a good find by the channel there, provided, of course, it wasn't edited in. So that's the Mob Crew. Interesting video by them. Very interesting. Now it's time to go check out our friends Maureen. But before I do, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. 1,000 likes will cure my tuberculosis for the day. Wouldn't that be nice? And then subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Super chats are a great way to support the channel and get questions answered. Super stickers are a great way to support the channel. And memberships are too. I actually counted. I have 46 right now. So I feel like once I get to 50, I should do a live stream, a members only live stream. And then I have 2 stages of them right now, $2.99 and $6.99. The $6.99 one, or maybe I'll change the prices a little bit, I'm not sure, but have like another kind of private group. We'll see. We'll see how it goes, but that's what I'm thinking for now.
They became the unknown comic in like.
So Maureen was on here, apparently, our girl Maureen. There she is in the top right. Only reason why I said edited was because someone in another chat apparently accused them of that. I'm not saying it is one way or the other. I think it probably is something. I just don't know if it's proof of another suspect. Like, I think those lights are something. They might have just been from a home, but that's just what they say.
We are so grateful to each and every one of you. We just hit 35 million views, and that is a direct result of your support. And for the
35 million views they have, which means they have 25 million more than me. I looked at my views. I have 10 million. Got to catch up.
That we are grateful. As always, we only ask one thing over here, and that's if you hit that subscribe button and the button, and then that like, thumb, that drives the algorithm, which continues to help us grow. So thank you so much for being here. And of course, our mods who keep this channel running smoothly and our chat classy. As you can tell, we've got what an amazing panel here tonight. Up in the upper left-hand corner.
Keep it classy, San Diego. I'm like Ron Burgundy. Stay classy, San Diego. Stay classy, Pima County, Arizona.
You know her well. She's a living legend. Dr. Ann Burgess is with us. And she, if you don't know her, you're going to know her in about 30 seconds because she has a bio that is quite impressive. And I'm just going to give you some of the highlights. But Dr. Ann is a pioneering forensic nurse and international.
So by the way, the person in the bottom left here, my image is blocking the name. It's Dr. Gary Brucato.
Recognized expert in victimology, trauma assessment, and abuse patterns. She is renowned for her co-founding work as one of the first hospital-based sexual assault crisis programs, and for working collaboratively and setting up some of the most advanced programs in the FBI's behavior science unit. And she was a modern pioneer development through studies of serial offenders, sexual assault offenders, and of course, trauma responses. And that all came from her work, not only in the many hospitals and the law enforcement agencies that she assisted throughout the years. That work inspired many books, many published papers, and it also inspired the recent Netflix series or Netflix show called The Mindhunter, and it was a Hulu mastermind and the Hulu mastermind. Am I getting that right, Ann?
Yes, you are. Yeah.
on the right path here. And if you have not seen her books, this is one of them. She has a couple of them out there, and this is Killer by Design, to think like a killer. Okay. And all by the way, all of our guests here, their links to their podcast or, their bios are all going to be below. So make sure, to drive this book through the roof. And then below, and well, first of all, thank you, Ann, for taking your time out.
Thank you, Chris. I'm delighted to be here.
Yes, and I'm delighted because she is also in our Cold Case Foundation, and she's also at Boston College. And so we get to rub shoulders at different times. So thank you for your time this evening. To my left here is Dr. Gary Bricotto. Many of you know him. He is a forensic clinical psychologist, a researcher, and author. He specializes in violent crimes, and he has the largest database of over 119 years worth of research in mass killings. What do we want to call that, Gary?
Mass.
So on a side note, I don't really like these long introductions here, by the way. I prefer the Joe Pags method and the Brian Entin method, but maybe it's just my preference.
Murder. You're talking about the database I co-created with Dr. Gerges at Columbia Medical Center.
Yeah. So, he goes on a lot of dinner dates, and of course, he's got 119 years worth of data to speak about there. He's also the co-author of the New Evil, which just went #1 on Amazon. In what category, Gary?
Forensic psychology. You can get it anywhere, but on Amazon it was the #1 bestseller in forensic psych. I was thrilled, but it's still holding on.
So we're going to make these two position for the #1 spot this evening. Okay, we're going to make them position for the #1 spot. And up above me here is our new friend. And we are delighted that she's here. She's taken her time, even though she wasn't feeling too well, but we're grateful that Maureen O'Connell is here. She's a great artist. You got to love that piece of the puzzle, right from the get-go. She is a retired special agent with the FBI, spending 25 years. And that experience, goes into not only the elite evidence response team, but she has also been in some of the technical issues with the FBI, where she traveled around the world, assembling cases such as kidnapping, missing persons, homicides, bombings, you name it, she's done it. And her expertise, we are so grateful to have her on this panel tonight to bring into maybe connecting some of the dots that aren't necessarily being talked about out there. And she is just an amazing human being. You've seen her probably on Megyn Kelly and other shows, but we're just grateful that she's here this evening tonight. Maureen, welcome to the program.
Thanks. Hey, Chris, quick correction.
Yes.
I didn't travel all over putting those cases together. When I went overseas, it was with the evidence response team to do, whatever we were doing. But my background is also heavily in the gangs and narcotics realm here in Los Angeles. That was pretty much what we would call my day job. And then the side gig or the side hustle or the extra work was the evidence response team, where we received just unparalleled training for 2 decades. I did that, and it was just a wonderful, wonderful series of experiences. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for the correction. And, I'm glad you were taking care of Main Street, Grape Hoover, and all those other fellows up there. So we're so excited to have you here in the game. Okay. So tonight, I just want to kind of give everybody a little rundown on where I think this conversation will be headed this evening. One of the things that has been going on here, we know that there's been no suspects identified in the Nancy Guthrie case. The most recent stuff, obviously, they're processing DNA. And, we'll dive into each of these kind of subcategories.
And for my money, Maureen O'Connell and Brian Entin, they're the A team of all of this. They're my favorite. I trust them more than anyone. I also like Jim Fitzgerald, too. Brian Entin interviewed him the other day?
There's a reward out there. I think we can take off the plate any of this cartel conversation unless somebody else has a different idea. I mean, Mexico right now is popping off, and I don't see Nancy Guthrie, involved in any way, shape, or form down there. Anybody disagree, or you have a different opinion? Okay, so we're all set with that one. It looks like the investigation status is moving forward. I personally believe behind the scenes, both the federal, the FBI, and the Pima County Sheriff's Department, the boots on the ground, those guys and gals are getting it done, and those who are running to the podium later on will get it done. But at this point, I think some of the rumors and all this other stuff that is just noise in the background is detracting away from maybe some intellectual conversation that we can have here to maybe bring some insight into Nancy and what's actually going on here.
And to me, it's totally possible that they took Nancy to Mexico, dead or alive. Honestly, that's where I would have gone.
That said, I want to just give all four of us just a brief victimology that I put together here. And Ann, I think this will really be in your lane as a whole. And as we talk about, why the targeting of the elderly, statistically, obviously, this is a situation that is so rare. I think all four of us are going, I've not seen this one yet. But at the same time, I know you and Gary and others are doing some research. And so I kind of want to tap into that and get your feeling on that. But so here's just a high level run on Nancy Guthrie. She was, her birthday was January 27th. I'm going to give a sequential timeline real fast. She hung out with her girlfriends, and she also cooked shrimp and grits that night. They made beignets, and her girlfriend name was Chris. On January 30th, just 2 days before she vanished, she played some, I don't even know how to pronounce this, M-A-H. Thank you. In her living room with some of her closest friends. Before they said goodbye that Friday afternoon, Nancy checked with one of the players and a longtime friend, making sure that they were still on to watch church at their friend Vicky's house on Sunday at 11 a.m. So she's communicating with her friends, she's playing games with her friends, and everybody is keeping an eye on one another. So we can see that, that friend group is extremely important. Sunday at 11 a.m., Nancy and her friends gather at one of their homes to watch a recording of what is called the Good Shepherd Church service in New York City. So she is 11 a.m. in Mountain Time.
The Good Shepherd? Almost like the shepherd of black sheep?
To watch this video that is recorded in New York. It's close to you, Gary.
Yes, very close.
In the Manhattan area. That's the church that Savannah also attends. And so mom wanted to continue to watch those services, probably with the idea of seeing her daughter in the crowd. We never know, right? The women in Tucson even have wafers and grape juice on hand for communion. So they set up their own little communion as a friends group to watch this service. And
do you want me to fast forward through this introduction, or are we finding this interesting?
And when that part of the mass is going on, they actually pass around, those items. February 1st, Sunday, Nancy was always punctual, quote unquote, from the girlfriends. Always punctual, never missed. When she did not arrive by 11 a.m., her friends texted her and then called, and neither of those communication methods got any type of any response. They contacted Annie, her daughter, who went to Nancy's home, and that timeline, that number is kind of confusing. The sheriff has not pushed it out what the exact time frame was. other than to say that 11.
I think, Chris, you've given a good outline of her kind of her usual habits, type of personality, things like that. And that the hearing is a problem is important because she would not necessarily hear somebody in the house or whatever. Because the next timeline you get is into the early morning.
So hearing problems for Nancy, that is also something to keep in mind, right? A lot of the elderly do have hearing issues. So what might that do? Make it less likely she hears someone in the house? I don't know.
The person is seen on the camera.
Right.
So something happens between that 9:45 that she gets home and the next timeline. Yeah, the garage door closes at 9:50. It also, I think the other thing that's important is how quickly the police are called, that when the family gets over there, at least Annie gets over there, something is so alarming to her that immediately call. That wouldn't necessarily have to be. I mean, people might take a little bit more time, call around and so forth. But look at how fast. It's only like 7 minutes and they call the police.
Okay, so I'm going to throw a curveball.
And as far as I know, we still don't know how that happened, right? Because she didn't go to church in person. And did the congregation know she wasn't there, even though that they said there's no way to know? I don't know. I've never heard that loop tied yet. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. But they said, oh yeah, someone said she wasn't there. Well, how would they know? They said there was no way to know remotely, unless they came out with a way that you could find out. Let me know, chat. I don't know if I ever heard that loop closed.
At everybody tonight, which I think is the first time anybody has talked about this. And that's why I think you guys are going to be perfect for just what you said, Ann, right? Going into the garage. Okay. But when the friend said she likes to sit on the porch and write in her journal, nobody has spotted these two other doors.
Aha.
And nobody's talking about these other two doors. So I want your guys' opinion because we see this guy, right? And let me pull this up a little bit bigger. Okay. This is where she sits in her habits to write in her journal outside.
So the answer is they used to go to a friend's house to watch the virtual service. So that friend saw that she didn't come over. That's what it was?
And there are two other points of entry into this house. Now that when I first saw this picture, as I zoomed into it, I assumed that could have been water or something like that. It's not. It's a tree. It's a big tree that hangs out into the courtyard. So it's kind of deceiving that it's not some type of pattern or anything like that would cause us alarm, right? Just for the record, so that guys and gals in the chat, that is not any kind of suspicious activity. But so with your point, Ann, about the garage, so now we have the front door, we have the garage. There are two blue doors in the back of the residence, and now we have these two doors, and then of course all the windows. The sheriff has been very vague to tell the public what the point of entry is. And to me, I don't understand why. So what say you guys about this potential in relationship to, do you think this is in play in any way, shape, or form? Maureen?
Well, we would have to consider that it's in play. But from all the initial reporting, and if you hadn't seen it, every news agency and their brother had drones up that were circling the residence. There didn't appear in any of that footage to show any broken windows, anything along those lines. The only thing we heard in a presser was that the back door was open, and we don't know if it was completely ajar or whatever. But I do know that the front door is one of those ornate wrought iron gate doors, or like a screen door that's really, really difficult for those of us in law enforcement. really difficult to breach. It can be done. Obviously, we oftentimes would use a winch or some breaching tools, but it makes a lot of noise. And then behind that is a very thick, like hickory or oak Spanish style door. So that front door, the assailant walked up and took down the camera. And so I believe it was part of the plan, no matter what happened after that, because that's where the video ends. I don't know what happened after that, but I do know that was the planned egress route. That's what I believe.
Okay.
Was someone else in the back? I don't know. But if I were going to try to break in, I would test these doors. I mean,
I think there was someone in the back. That's what I think. I think there was more than one person. How many more? I'm not sure. But I would say 2 to 3.
I think we can all agree that people leave their sliders unlocked. I think older women that live alone tend not to, but I could be wrong. And you've got all those windows along there. But it looks like there's a pretty good size, 4.5 foot, 5 foot pony wall around there, doesn't it, Chris?
Yeah. There is a brick pony wall jump around there, and you can see that.
Yeah.
See the red bush in this particular photograph here. Gary, weigh in here. What are you thinking?
Well, I want to comment quickly about a couple of things because we're moving very quickly through a lot of different subtopics. So first of all, that victimology that you presented is conspicuous to me because what's missing is any information whatsoever about the dynamics between her and family members and anything at all that might have gone on in terms of her finances, her will, who was the executor, what was going on with power of attorney, if anybody, etc. And this is very problematic because we can't get a clear picture of if anybody, not even necessarily family, just people who were around her, anybody from the pool guy to the mailman to the whatever, might have had some personal reason to have any hand in this. And I do believe, I've been convinced from day one, that there is probably some nexus between some amateur hour kind of goon or goons that were involved and somebody who knew this woman. And in some way, ancillary way or in a close way. So I think the absence of that information, and I'm sure, Ann, you would echo this from our victimology.
So it seems like what they're doing here is they're taking a big step back and examining things from a more meta level, which is good, right? You do need to do that as well. So they're examining more of not the very specific things, but taking a step back to see more motives. Why would someone do this? And that's a smart thing to do. Can help you see things in a way that maybe some people are not thinking of it, but it might help you find someone.
Work
Sure.
is very conspicuously missing. The second thing is I was thrilled to hear that she kept a journal because there may be clues in said journal about some heating up problem between somebody approaching her for money and her saying, pound dirt, pound sand, I'm not giving you a penny. Somebody who threatened her, etc. So that's very helpful. The other thing I think we have to say when you're talking about the victimology is extremely important is that one of the things I heard buzzing around for a while when this first happened was the question, and I see it in the chat too, the question of whether she could have been targeted for sexual purposes. And a lot of people immediately said, well, that's improbable. She's 84 years old. Now, I can tell you, and we'll have a lot to say about this too. We've done research on the topic. The truth of the matter is that if you look at the literature, the little literature that exists, there actually is a little spike in the octogenarian years of being targeted sexually, but it is generally by people who know you very well, and it is generally extremely violent. So that what you tend to see is like, a family member turns on you, assaults you, and we see heavy beating and other kinds of awful things that will happen. It doesn't tend to be like a Richard Ramirez situation where you break into a house and assault a stranger, right? Where he did attack some victims that were that age, but it was very unusual. So, but I think I have not heard anything at all that suggested to me that was the motive, that there was a sexual motive. I wondered it, as did you, I know, Chris, when...
I don't think there was a sexual motive at all. I don't think he was a Danny Troyer type person. Danny Troyer is someone that would target the elderly and essay them. He would pretend to be a magazine salesman, and then he would come in there, strangle them, and then he would put them in their pajamas after essaying, and then people would think that they died in their sleep, the elderly. But it wasn't until later and upon closer examination did they find out, no, actually, this was a murder. And this is someone that Mike King, who I interviewed from Profiling Evil, he interviewed Danny Troyer multiple times. And he asked him a question once. He said, what would you do if you got out of here? And Danny Troyer said the first thing he would do is kill an elderly person again. So go check out that interview if you haven't already.
They were looking at fluids, and it was unclear what that might include. I did wonder about that. And I wondered what you think about, just to sort of give your professional opinion on it, what do you think about people in the public who insist that she was targeted by somebody who would probably be serial in nature, by the way? You don't, if you're paraphilically attracted to an elderly woman, unless she's totally random.
Yeah, well, that is very interesting. The cases, and it's really Mark Safrick who has done the research on elderly murdered women, and he's got a database of about 120. And what seems to be is they are murdered sexually. You know, these are all sexual cases, but they're left at this residence. They're not abducted, so that they can be targeted and they can go in and commit the acts. But we'd have to ask him. I never remember him saying that any were abducted. So that part that's the curious part. I think the other important thing I wanted to say is the people you also want to look at is who does the cleaning in the house and who does the yard work, because as we just saw, there's a lot of brush, easy places to hide in that what Chris put up initially. And we certainly have had cases where it's never the person that does the work, but it's that they tell another person how to get in, about the person, etc. And that can be a possible enterprise type of crime when we're just looking in general for motive. I think that speaks to motive. So that's what I'd have to say on that.
But Anne, do you agree that the probability is that at least someone involved in this story had previously encountered this victim? Or do you think it's possible, in the way that some people are speculating, that somebody just targets her for a robbery or for sexual reasons and breaks into the house and abducts her? Because, I mean, Chris and I have talked about this at great length, but I think we're pretty comfortable saying that somebody has crossed paths with her before. In the story, but I wonder what you think.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think it's someone local that knows the area. I think that's been said. But I think that the person knows, if doesn't know her personally, certainly knows of her, watches her. It's easy targeted area to keep under surveillance. And I feel that would be one of the things that whomever, and I do think it's more than one, have to be more than one to get her out of the house, has knowledge of her and has watched her, knows her habits, probably knows, certainly knows about going to church on Sunday. And evidently, maybe Saturday nights were pretty typical too, where she'd go out for dinner and then come back in and use the garage.
So my thinking is it's someone the family knows. Maybe the family hired them. I don't think Savannah, by the way. I think someone else maybe in the family or linked to the family either did it themselves or hired someone to do it. And I definitely think punishment/revenge is on the table here. And I think that more so than ever after watching Nancy and Savannah interact on their show, on Savannah's show. I think, seeing how they interact, it seems like a motive. And also, we can't rule out the fact the motive can be completely absurd too. Just like we went over yesterday, the motive for the attempted assassination on Reagan was to impress Jodie Foster. So who would have guessed that, right? So we can't rule out that kind of thing in this case either.
Garage and come in.
Right.
So I agree with you all that, yes.
But just to kind of cross our T's and dot our I's, because I think a lot of people are I know a lot of people are very eager to hear what we have to say about the sexual possibility. I just want to be clear that in our...
So random question in the chat. It's snowing where I am, And they had a wild thing, 3 inches to 3 feet was basically the prognosis. And right now, depending on where, it's like 5 to 6 inches so far, wet, heavy snow. And I'm hoping it doesn't stick too much more, but it's supposed to snow all through the night. So we'll see. We'll see what I wake up to.
Work that we've done on elder crimes and so forth. It is extremely unusual. Let's say you were dealing with a serial offender who was very organized and would abduct people repetitively and take them someplace to do things. It's virtually unprecedented to do that with an elderly victim. I'm not aware of any case. I looked in my own data. I can't find any case where an offender removed an elderly victim from the home and took them someplace for sexual purposes. Not one. Have you ever heard of that?
No, I agree. I don't know of that. If they're going to do anything sexual, it's going to be in the residence.
Exactly. So that would be totally unprecedented. Now, her doing that to somebody and then passing away during it, or killing them.
Becky, I paused the video to give my thoughts. If you want to go watch the video uninterrupted, go to the interview room.
To eliminate a witness or so forth. That I have heard of, but even that is extremely rare. You could count on maybe 5 or 6 hands the number of cases that I have on record. And most of them involved people that were very random in their victims. They were just attacking anyone who happened to be female. Child, adult, so forth. Many of them were drug addicts or people using alcohol or who were very ill. As opposed to somebody with a very clear paraphilic purpose, like I can think of a couple of cases where people only exclusively.
Paraphilic is some sort of sexual oddity, kind of like a kink kind of thing. I'll look up the definition. I want to be precise.
Targeted elderly people, but it's profoundly rare.
Oh, yeah, that certainly is not unusual that would be the paraphilic aspect to their behavior. Sure.
So, Chris, I just wanted to sort of put that out there because people have been very curious if we think that could be going on, and I just sort of want to get it off the table. I don't think so.
Yeah, no,
very interesting.
Go ahead, Maureen. I'm sorry.
I just said very interesting. Yeah, I was very happy to hear that. I mean, I'm very interested in everything you have to say.
So here's the definition of paraphilic. It's an adjective relating to paraphilia, a pattern of sexual arousal involving atypical focuses, such as specific objects, situations, behaviors, or individuals, rather than or in addition to consensual sexual activity with an adult partner. Something is paraphilic if sexual interest is centered on an unusual or non-normative focus. Examples of use. The behavior was described as paraphilic in nature. Paraphilic interests vary widely and are not all harmful. A paraphilic interest does not equal a paraphilic disorder. Yeah, what are some examples?
I should rephrase that.
We're interested in what you have to say.
Yeah, I mean, the victimology here, right, is pretty clear with the victim risk continuum.
So I'm right. Examples are fetishism, partialism, which is a focus on a specific body part, like feet, etc. Voyeurism, exhibitionism.
Everything is down the lower left-hand corner, very low risk. Right? She's a very low risk victim, right?
Risk below only while she's in the house.
Yeah.
When she goes out, that risk level goes up, and certainly is going to go up as in our discussion,
right?
Especially if some of those sliding doors are not locked. You know, if she knows how that garage door, do you have to have a mechanism to get it in or get it lift it? So I think all of those things become. Look at the shrubbery that's there. I know it's got a fence, but that's. For someone that's athletic, that's not going to deter anybody. I think that's very interesting that I've never seen that. And I think that is, and that she sits out there and does her journal. So anybody watching can see that. You'd almost want to see what is her nearest neighbor from that direction or house or whatever, kind of do a wider perimeter.
Yeah. So
somebody has to get in the house. Somebody had to get in the house to do this.
Yeah, and to answer your question about the garage, People are saying that, you can use either an app. I honestly don't know anyone that uses an app for their garage. I know everyone that has the button on their rear view mirror that you can program a number of doors for wherever that you're going. Also, the really small clickers that are only about this big. That's the kind I like to have because it fits in my purse. And
Thank you very much for this, Mike. Red flag, son drops off mom at house and doesn't even escort her into house to get settled in. Garage door up and down in 2 minutes, bad son. Well, a son-in-law, Tommaso, if so. And I still don't even think if we know who it was. Was it Annie or Tommaso or both? Who did it? I haven't heard the answer to that either. But thank you very much for the super chat, Mike. It's greatly appreciated. And while you're here, please remember to like the video. It helps my tuberculosis. Hopefully we can get to 1,000 likes. And me saying I have tuberculosis is a joke, of course.
So I spoke with my tech guy in my company, and he is a world-class expert in everything that deals with anything electronic. And he said that he doesn't know the make and model of this garage door opener. However, garage door openers, as a general rule, can be programmed to work with an app and also without an app. So you can have a push button, have your pass-through door or walk into your garage and press that button. And depending on how it's configured, that may or may not cause a log. If you have it configured to log every time that door opens, it'll tell you. And in that instance, your phone will only register, will have a log of openings and closings, but they'll only be able to identify you as a person if you're using the app. So the other ones could be not anonymous, but you may not be able to tell who went in. And that goes for keypads also.
Sure.
So
Thank you.
Could you be someplace else and just hit that app and then the garage door would open up too? Right?
Yes.
So, well, yeah, I mean, the fact that we have two data points here to Maureen's, conversation. The first one is 9:48 p.m. And this has been kind of a curveball, for me for the last, 10 days or whatever it's been, 22 days. And allegedly the garage door shows activation. And then the statement connected to that activation from the sheriff is kind of, a mixed bag of nuts. Either she was dropped off by the brother-in-law, right?
Right.
Or excuse me, her son-in-law, or by her son-in-law and her daughter. And then he kind of.
And see, they're emphasizing they still don't know. Was it Annie and Tommaso, or just one, or just the other, or both? Does it even matter, though? I don't even know if it matters.
Pulled that back and he said, well, no, it was the son-in-law. And then as Maureen pointed out in a press conference, when the FBI agent looked over at him, he goes, you could tell there was this hesitation. Where are we going to go with this? And the sheriff says, well, let's just go, let's say it was, go with the family, basically. And it's like, well, that was weird. So
it was very weird.
Yeah. I mean, it just, right. DLR doesn't look right. Right. Okay. So then the next data point that we have is 9:50.
So my plan with this is we can listen to this for another 20, 30 minutes, and then we can take a break and then check out Ashley Banfield's video that we didn't go over. And then maybe we can come back to this, because this whole stream is 3.5 hours.
50. So it's a 2-minute garage doors open, garage doors close. And that caused all kinds of, conversations with everybody. Well, did he go in? Did he stay out? And then the very first press conference he gave out on the curb in the evening, he was asked specifically by a journalist, did the family go inside? And he kind of, got caught broadside for a moment, and he goes, yes. Okay.
Is that the one where he said they went in to make sure she was settled and then left? And I started banging on that right then, saying that's not possible. An 84-year-old woman in a walker getting through the garage, up those 2 stairs or whatever, and into her residence, just doing that and getting out to your car is impossible. But the more I thought about it, the more I thought, what if they went in through the garage, closed the door when they got her up and in there, and then left through the front door or the back door and forgot to lock it?
Great point.
Yeah.
Great point.
So there's a question for the chat. How do you think they got in? Was it the front door, the back door, or the garage door? Is there any other options even? Breaking in a window, I guess. But as far as we know, there is no broken glass, is there? So what do you think? Press 1 for front door, 2 for back door, 3 for a garage door. How do you think they got in? And this is a question because there is no signs of breaking and entering. There's no sign of forced entry.
Anything on just to in our conversation to that point, because I think the elephant in the living room is coming up here, right? The elephant in the room.
Yeah.
Okay. So at 1:47, we're all aware that the Nest doorbell camera disconnects. We have the video of the guy, Leaf Man or whoever he thinks he is up there. And then at 2:12, this is kind of just a random concept that was presented out there by the sheriff. Another data point, 2:12 a.m., a person is seen on a camera. But he doesn't tell us any more than that. He just kind of floats it out there. And then he says they couldn't get that data because it was in a server and that it didn't.
So a lot of people think the back door. Some people think the front door. Very few seem to think the garage.
Go up to the cloud. So that's kind of a confusion. And then, right. And jump in at any time, you guys, don't worry about stepping over me if you have a thought. At 2:28, Nancy's pacemaker disconnects from her watch, from her Apple Watch. So from 2:12 to 2:28, we have that, whatever it is, 16 minutes approximately. And then 11 a.m., she doesn't show up for church. So he jumped.
And by the way, this is the interview room we are watching. Go check them out. Subscribe to their channel. Like their stuff. You want to support them too. Make sure you remember to like my video as well. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
Jumps right to 11 a.m. Then 11:56, it jumps to the family goes to check on Nancy. Okay.
The family, yes.
Right? The family goes to check on Nancy. But we don't have a data point if they utilize the garage. Did they go through the front door? Did they go around the back? Did they go through the sliders now that, did somebody jump over that pony wall to check on mom through the slider? We don't know. We don't know. We definitely know there is no, as Maureen pointed out, there is no signs of forced entry. That has, one, been made public, and two, that you can see based on the drone footage and what the news and all these other, news outlets are putting out there. So that's kind of it's kind of a mystery, but I would have expected if it's her habit pattern, and you guys tell me what you're thinking, if she's the passenger the night before, yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. Does the son-in-law have a clicker in his car? That would make sense. That could be a possibility. Does he have the app? That could be a possibility as well. But does mom have the app as well? I don't know. Or does she have a clicker?
The problem with picking out the best parts of this is, it just depends on what people find interesting. Different parts will be interesting for different people. And the way they're talking about it is kind of more meta than like, oh, yes, was this a second suspect with that light in the background? What about this DNA, right?
That she carries with her because she took
I'm going clicker, Chris. I'm going clicker all the way.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So if mom's got the clicker in her purse, it makes sense. They're pulling up to the house, click, the garage door goes up. And now, 2 minutes, I'm with you. I'm having a hard time saying, okay, get out, get your cane, walk yourself into the house, make sure, you'll see at church tomorrow. But
Well-
go ahead, Gary, jump in.
Well, two things. One is, and I know it sounds far-fetched, but from the angle of logic, we have no choice but to put it on the table, is that technically speaking, just because somebody's blood and some foreign DNA are at this house does not mean that whatever fate befell her happened at that house. I am aware of many, many cases involving sophisticated staging where something happens to somebody in one location and then you go and put some blood and enter the home and leave your DNA that way elsewhere. I think it's improbable, but it is possible technically, which is interesting to think about. The other thing is there's something confusing about the mismatch of different psychologies that seem to be going on here, because whoever did this did something that seemed to involve some inner knowledge, was very comfortable there for a period of time, right? Didn't seem, particularly worried about capture or anything like that. Yeah, that's very, very cozy, right? And has gotten away with this, right? Left very little, material. But then at the same time, the person that we see on the video is like amateur hour, dressed in a ridiculous outfit that looks like a concoction thrown together with things from around the house and Walmart, whatever. The holster that doesn't match the gun, worn incorrectly, dangling.
Like a costume, right, Gary?
Like a costume. It looks like a person. I said that it looked like Ralph Cramden dressed up as the man from space, the Honeymooners, where you throw together whatever you find in the house to improvise. It's silly. So there's something about that doesn't match the kind of sophistication that seems to be present in somebody getting away with this and leaving very little. So,
and that's the thing. They can say it's an amateur all they want, but that amateur has gotten away for 21 days now. No sign of them, no sign of Nancy. So what does that say? What does that say about law enforcement and the FBI on the case?
that's why it really feels like, and I made this analogy on Court TV a couple of days ago, is it feels kind of like we're seeing the waiter serving the food, but not the cook. What we're looking at here, this is the person who is the person who's been recruited, financially paid, is told you're going to get a share of this, whatever, who goes in, and behind him somewhere is some more intelligent person who has said, I'm not even stepping foot into Dodge. I'm not going to get, so you'll do that. And what I think is there's a concentration on this person as if this person is the brains of the operation, but it doesn't psychologically make sense. And so that is why I postulated, I think a few of us agree, that there is some kind of group enterprise thing going on. Now,
what do you think about that? Group or enterprise thing? I don't know about enterprise, but 2 to 3 people. Yeah, I think so. Now, is it an organized group? I don't know. I guess it depends on your definition of a group. But chat, do you think this is a group, some sort of organized group? I don't think the group would be a cartel, but another kind of group. Press 1 if you think it's a group. Press 2 if you think no, not a group.
It's fun to be able to say that that's Anne's term, right? We all use that term, group enterprise versus personal cause, but that comes from Anne's crime classification manual that you did with Douglas and Alan Burgess and Ressler, right?
Right.
So, Chris, would it be helpful? That's right. Would it be helpful if Anne explained for the audience the difference between personal cause and group enterprise? Because what I think is going on here is somebody with a personal motive who's gotten involved with in a financial kind of thing, so that it's confusing everybody. But somewhere in the story is somebody with more personal motive. So, and maybe, what do you think, Chris?
Sure. No, I would agree with that. Well, to try to get some handle on how.
So we got a good mix in the chat here of people thinking it's a group and not a group. Pretty even mix, actually.
To talk about cases in general, murder cases in general. The agents came up with the 4 categories, and they're very useful. We use it all the time. But criminal enterprise is the first, and that's the first because that's what they were working at that particular time. They did bank robberies, they did kidnappings. Those were the cases that they felt most comfortable with, where there was ransom or contract out to kill someone or whatever.
Gang activity, right?
Yeah. And absolutely. Then the second category is personal cause. And that was one where it ended up with 12 or 14 different individual reasons for motive for why. And that could have been revenge. That could have been retaliation, your road rage, anything in which it was personal to the particular primary person fell into that category. And then the third was sexual. That happened to be what we were working on at the time, the sexual homicide, because nobody could come up, or the agents were having trouble with motive on these sexual crimes. And then the last is group cause. And that was where there were multiple people. That really never got a lot of attention because the other three categories were really so important. But that's where the criminal enterprise came up. And I know initially when I heard about the case, that's where I said, I bet it's in that category. I don't know whether it's developed anymore, but I do think that the primary person would have a personal cause reason. And I wanted to expand a tiny bit on Chris's initial victimology here, because it doesn't have to be the person, her himself. It can be the group, it could be the family, it could be a wider cut, if you will, of a target. And I think the other thing that keeps coming up is so much of the time Savannah's name comes up, and whether there was anybody that had any personal reaction there. That has to be looked at. I think that should be on the table for motive, not just the mom, the 84-year-old mother.
The reason I love this discussion, Gary, and Ann, is because, and I'm sure Chris feels the same way, but Chris and Gary, you both talked about how so much of this just doesn't fit together. It's almost like square pegs being crammed into round holes, and then everyone just is left scratching their head or waking up like, WTF just happened, So I think breaking it down this way is extremely helpful. And because I looked at this guy too, and it was very, first of all, I thought he was high from the very beginning. I thought he was smoking weed or something, because sometimes.
This is one thing I disagree with Maureen on. I don't think that's the case. I think he was just kind of maybe revved up a little bit, but I didn't really get the impression, no, definitely on drugs or something. I'm not ruling it out completely, but I didn't get the sense that was what was going on like Maureen did.
These offenders, when they're getting paid to do something, it falls into just what you guys are saying. If they're really poor and they're getting paid to do something they're very uncomfortable with, they'll either drink or smoke weed or do something to sort of numb themselves before they go in and do it. So that sort of allows some of these things to fall into.
Now, if it is what she just said it was, someone that's not used to doing these kinds of things, and they're very nervous, so they drink or do whatever to mask their nervousness, sure. But if you're hiring someone to do this, are you going to hire some nobodies who have never done it before? I don't think so. I mean, why would you do that? You want to hire someone that has a little bit more knowledge of what they're doing in this case, right?
Place, because we're all logic-driven thinkers, and this is an illogical situation that we've never seen before. So it makes it very challenging and frustrating.
Right. And, Chris, you and I have talked about this on prior episodes, and stop me if I'm taking us too far afield of where you want to go.
I think the audience as well as myself. I mean, I'm
you can't get the four of us together and not have a chat like that. We can't help ourselves. But so Ann knows, and the audience may know, and I'll mention it, Maureen, because it's really an in the weeds kind of thing, is that one of the things I contributed to the literature was this term elimination murder, right? That's a term I've coined, and I use that, and I don't want to necessarily put murder on the table here because I want to maintain hope that we don't really know how this is going to turn out, but I think hope is important for the family, as improbable as.
And here's the other thing: if these people were hired, right? What kinds of people are going to be the people that you hire to do a home invasion / abduction / maybe a murder? At the very least, a sociopath or psychopath, right? You're not going to be a normal person if you're the kind of person that is for hire for home abductions / ransom cases / punishment, revenge, murder, right? So again, I don't necessarily think the substances are a thing in this. I think if they did do substances, they're more likely to get caught, honestly. More likely to leave more evidence behind too.
It seems right that an 84-year-old woman without medication, who's ambulating with difficulty and has been missing this long, is okay. I would like to maintain it now. So what I meant by that term was that sometimes a person, you don't necessarily have ill will toward them, but they're simply an impediment to something. Like when Susan Smith had to eliminate her children because it was preventing a romance. So she pretended that they were abducted and they were actually drowned in a lake. Or the person who eliminates a witness to have their freedom, or eliminates someone that they think is a burden because they don't want to take care of them, or they eliminate them because of a will or something. You see some of this, I think, in the Murdoch case.
Right. Or like the man that murdered his wife Shanann and their 2 little girls because he wanted to have his girlfriend in his life, a new life with his girlfriend.
Exactly. Well, in my research on that phenomenon, what I found was that almost invariably, to the point that I have made it in my I just wrote about it for a textbook and did a chapter on the latest edition of the rape book that you did, and what I proposed was that it is actually one of the characteristics that the people who commit those, who tend to know you, almost invariably make a story up that a stranger, an abductor, or a stranger from the outside came into the situation and for no clear reason whatsoever took or eliminated the person, right? So, for example, in the Lizzie Borden case, which Ann and I are writing about as we speak, literally as we speak, which I am convinced she did it, spoiler alert, there was this ridiculous story that somebody just randomly came in and killed the father and killed the stepmother and didn't take anything. He had money in his pocket, jewelry on his fingers, took nothing, and there was no sexual assault of the mother-in-law, right, or of Lizzie, right? I mean, of the second wife, or Lizzie, or even Bridget outside, right? So 3 females, nobody is assaulted by this guy. Totally ridiculous, because it was staged to look like I'm convinced, staged to look like an outsider came in. And so one of the things I've been thinking about is somebody who knows her, and let me be clear, because I don't want to cast any aspersions. It doesn't have to be somebody like a family member, right? Because we have the sheriff coming out and saying that he has cleared members of the family and their spouses. So what I'm saying is it could be somebody who knows you in some way. Let's put it like that. And such an individual, if eliminating you for money or something else, will try to make it look like a stranger did it. And what we'll be missing is signs of robbery and signs of sexual assault, so that there's no other explanation of why the person would do this.
Right.
And I just want to put that out there, that's very interesting to me, that we see no signs of robbery. I mean, if people went in there in a random robbery, why not take things?
Right.
That doesn't make sense. And we see no sign that she was assaulted. In fact, they thought it was a simple missing person situation because that house was not even in major disarray. So that's very, very interesting.
We don't know that yet, right? Though, I mean, because
why?
That's what they intimated.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that's very interesting. And so I just want to put out that I have been suspicious that this was a person who had some knowledge of her that is giving the impression that an outside person, and what better way to do that than to use a hired person or some goon or somebody to do this. And that's the person who becomes the fall person for the situation. Yeah. But then you've got to get to the real reason of why, and we don't know any dynamics to help
Gary,
us.
not to say,
yeah.
Just to follow on to your point about this elimination theory, and not potentially having anything to do with what we're talking about right now. Right. In my couple of years, I've had a number of cases where adult children, and I'm not talking about Savannah or her siblings. I'm just saying along the line of what you were just saying. I've had a number of adult children who wanted their inheritance now, were really upset that their parents wouldn't give it to them. And that's something that we all would find so shocking for so many reasons. But they're demanding it essentially. And so it's crazy that elimination theory could fall under so many different umbrellas. And
That's
it
right.
seems like it seems that this spike I'm seeing in this type of behavior or this type of thinking where it's like, hey, mom and dad, why don't you just take a second out on your house and give me all the money that I would get when you died, because we could do a lot more with it now than we could, and we just don't want to sit around and wait for you to die.
So Maureen's pretty good at what she does. She solved many in her time. I mean, I don't know why people feel the need to be antagonistic there, Miss Philly.
Literally, that's what people are saying
Well,
to their
this is
parents.
such a smart thing you're saying, because the whole point of the whole book I did with Michael Stone is this whole idea that there's something changing in the culture that is increasing.
Exactly my point. Yeah.
And what you're touching on is that the entitlement of the average person is sort of increasing. And I think you're hitting the nail right on the head. What I smell in this story is that there's somebody who wanted something from this woman, felt entitled to it, and wasn't getting it. And so we have to find out who benefits, who's getting something, who wanted something from her. Now, the other thing that I think psychologically is very interesting about this case is and you alluded to it, is that it is extremely conspicuous in the victimology that she is the mother who has been featured on TV of a prominent individual. Now, there is a type of person who stalks a person and becomes fixated on a person because, and this is an idea Chris has heard me talk about on this program before and elsewhere before, is that sometimes, think, for example, of Mark David Chapman, who targeted John Lennon. The idea is you go after a person because you want in history to be attached to them. You parasitically attach yourself to them. So, now I can't look up, Abraham Lincoln without seeing John Wilkes Booth's name, right? Like they're tied together forever. That's possible. However, having studied such people, the tendency is for them to be in the profile is.
Thank you very much for this, Mike. Super chat. Maureen and Jim Rockford's trailer in Malibu. I don't know what that means. Jim Rockford's. Thank you for the super chat, though. Please remember to like the video while you're here and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events, and I give my unique perspective on it. And there's an awesome flock of black sheep here in the comments or in the live chat.
They tend to be a little psychotic and depressed with narcissistic personality structures. So what we tend to see is the type of person who is very down and thinks, if I only had this special connection,
If only, yeah.
If Jodie Foster knows I love her, right? Like we saw, I go after Hinckley and I'll impress her, right? So you see these kind of people who are more unwell emotionally. And we don't really see any clear indication of that in this story, because the thing is, when that's the motive, the person comes forward right away, just like in a ransom. In a ransom, we tend to see a note or a contact 24 to 48 hours after the abduction. There's proof of life. You get the money, and it's over in a week on average.
It's very transactional for a reason.
Yeah,
there's nothing extra and nothing personal. Exactly. In this story, there were things that were not necessary. There were risks taken that were not necessary for perpetrating the crime and getting money. And so it looks kind of like someone has an emotional thing mixed in there that we're unaware of, or nothing went to plan. Like, we're going to take her, we're going to make it look like somebody abducted her, and we'll get the money, but then she passes away. So now we try to get the money anyway, right? Something like that. But I wanted to put it out there that it doesn't match the profile we would see in somebody who was like psychotically fixated on a person or wants attention or something like that, because we'd hear from them.
Right.
They'd be out there right now saying, so that doesn't make sense. The ransom thing doesn't make sense. There's no proof of life at all, and it's taking too long. There's no sexual motivation that seems to be clear.
Sure. I'm going to go to Ashley Banfield's video in a minute. But Philly, rather than just insult everybody, say your theory. Say your theory. Say how they're all so wrong. We're all ears.
There was no robbery. So what's left?
Right.
That's where we wind up with this personal question, but who? So who benefits? And there's this kind of black box surrounding it. And what's been frustrating to me is that the picture we have of the victim makes her sound like a caricature. She's a nice 84-year-old woman who was going to church and everyone loved her and she played mahjong and, you know, her habits, she was never late for anything and that's it. There's no meat in there that makes her human. Now, Chris, you're always very fond of quoting, I think it's...
So whenever you guys see Philly Special in the chat, know that she's brain dead and she will not actually say any opinion, but she will insult everyone she sees. And if she's not, she should probably just be banned, honestly.
Greg, who says it, that people have a public life, a private life, and a secret life, right? Where did he get that from?
The behavior analysis.
Okay. Well, we don't know anything.
I believe that Nancy is exactly who they say she was, though.
But we don't know anything. I'm talking about the people around her, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We don't
Yeah.
have any information about her dynamics with anyone else. Who might
That's
be
true.
angry at her or might have demanded something of her?
But it still doesn't make sense, Gary.
Makes no sense.
It makes no sense because it was not a fruitful endeavor. Whatever their goal was, I mean, other than to remove her from the location, what else has transpired that could be meaningful to someone? And if it is meaningful, to whom is it meaningful?
Exactly. Well, that's why I'm
Dr. Ann, what do you think?
And what do you think about this?
Well, there's one thing that has changed, and that's been Savannah's job. I think that's the only thing I could come up with is there has been some writings about what happens next to and she was the star of Today, or one of them.
Oh, you mean that she may leave the position?
What happens? Yeah. And had there been any kind of rumblings? There was even one thought that maybe she was thinking of leaving because she had just done some podcast or something. But that's a great question that you say, is what has been affected?
Exactly.
Now, it's interesting that you say that because I just happened to, while I was cooking last night, listen to, I don't even know what was on, but it was someone talking about her job and how it's up on the chopping block now because she can't go back to work. And I remember thinking as I was cooking, well, I mean, who would know that if anything happened to her mom, she couldn't go back to work? But then I looked at how much she loved her mother. Yeah. And it was so obvious. It was the way I loved my mother.
Yeah. And I totally agree with Maureen here. I think people wanted to punish her, and this is how they wanted to punish Savannah, by getting to Nancy. And I came to that conclusion after watching Nancy on Savannah's show, just to see their bond, just like Maureen saying here. Absolutely could have been a thing. And could someone have been jealous of Savannah as well? Yeah, that goes hand in hand. Or envious? Sure. You want to be envious of someone, and so you want to punish them? You're envious, so you want to punish them? Absolutely could be a thing. Definitely could explain some part of motive.
As big and tough as I am, and I have a whole family of first responders, and we're all, rough, tumble, salty, the whole 9 yards. All 6 of us kids were legless for about 3 years because our mom too died our father died when I was 16, just like Savannah. And so what happens then? Your mother becomes your mother and your father, essentially. They're trying to do both jobs. Yeah. And so your love for them, I want to say, grows exponentially, and it becomes apparent to those around you. So just when you said that, Anne, that sort of shifted that into a lock position for me. So that is interesting. Gary, what do you think about that?
Well, I think it's one of several possible personal motives that have to be considered, because it's the absence of the consideration of personal motives that leaves us with these increasingly goofy alternative ideas that are sending us out into the world, imagining, things and leads that are going down rabbit holes. Right. And it seems simpler. I mean, technically speaking, as Chris is fond of saying, you don't even have to leave the house yet, in terms of, in an Occam's razor kind of way. Now, there's been this clearance of the immediate people around it, but that doesn't rule out all kinds of people that might have known her in ancillary ways. And so I'm very, very interested. But Ann, that's such a fascinating idea. So you're putting out there that it's possible that somebody was sort of targeting Savannah through the mother. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, jealousy. There could
And that
be.
Which opens up Pandora's box, Ann, right? For the guy in LA.
Oh, golly, yeah.
The fruitcake that they, the feds took off pretty quickly. And Gary and I and many others have had this thought now. When you read the affidavit, anybody that's ever written these things knows that, it's very well wordsmithed, right? At the very end, they talk about, let me read this because this has been a thorn that's been sitting in my saddle, for a couple of weeks. And I think the verbiage in of itself is what really gets me. So here's a guy, I'm not even going to name him. He's under indictment.
So we're at the 1 hour mark of this here. Do you want me to continue watching this, or should we take a break and watch Ashley Banfield's most recent video? So press 1 if you want me to continue watching this. Press 2 if you want me to go take a break to go to Ashley Banfield's channel.
He's in Tucson. He's already appeared a couple of times. However, this guy tries to interject. This guy decides, you know what? I think I'll just interject myself into the most high-profile kidnapping probably since the Lindbergh baby. Okay?
A lot of comparisons with that case. Actually.
Right. And he sends 2 text messages, one to Annie, the daughter of Nancy, and the second to the son-in-law. Okay? The explanation is, well, I just did an open source intel search. I pulled off these phone numbers, and I decided to text them. Okay. Okay, fine. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I also haven't fallen off a turnip truck. Okay. And, we've all heard it before. Okay.
I love the mixed metaphor.
So the vote looks like it's pretty close. And welcome, George. Although George had a demerit for not being here for a couple of days. But the vote looks very close, but it looks like Ashley Banfield's going to win. So the compromise is a few more minutes of this, and then we'll watch Ashley Banfield.
Well,
Maureen knows, and all of us know, you've been in that interview where you just look at the guy and say, "Do you see stupid flashing on my forehead anywhere in neon lights?" Then
when they say yes, it's really embarrassing, right, Chris?
It's right. That's when you go and say, I'm going to get you a bottle of water. I'll be right back. Okay, so here's the text message that this guy sends to the brother-in-law when Savannah is on the news as the spokesperson for the family with her sister and her brother, who I can take Savannah and her brother off the table personally.
Me too.
We know that's not a problem. But here's the text. It's a question. It's not a text message. It's a question. Here it is. Did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end for the transaction. That is a question. Okay. And now I guess we can tie it into, the letter, the ransoms and all this other stuff. Okay. And we can say, hey, the guy, this guy's a genius because he's going to try to get the money before the other guy who wrote the letter. Okay. But then we have a problem. And that problem is there's a 9-second phone call into a family member. In that affidavit, they have not identified who that family member was, but they identified the daughter and the son-in-law. And then underneath that, okay, they say the 2 text messages have not been linked to the ransom demand. Okay, fine. But why do we have creative writing 101 where they say he called a family member for 9 seconds? Well, who? Who did he call? Did he call just Tommaso? Did he call anybody, any other family member? And then you ask yourself, at least I was asking myself, going, well, wait a minute. You know, the last person to see her alive was the brother-in-law and or the daughter. The first people to see her alive when she left the house were the brother-in-law and the daughter through the Uber when she got dropped off by the Uber. And so you have to think and say, okay, well, they were the last two people to see proof of life. They were the last two. And now you get this guy completely out of LA area who says, you know what, I think I'll just interject myself into this one and ask them if they've got the money yet. So on one side, you've got a ransom demand saying, give us money. So that's a demand, give us. And over here, you've got this one saying, have you gotten it yet? Give me. So you got give us and give me. Okay. I don't know about you, but I've always felt that just didn't fit. But
it does not fit.
Well, you can't presume that those notes are even real. Neither one of them could be real. And the calls could be meaningless. But the one thing he did say that is true for sure is Tommaso and Annie are the last ones that have proof of life. Right? They're the last ones to see Nancy Guthrie dead or alive right now. So that's true. But in terms of those ransom notes, I don't trust those ransom notes, any of them, as far as I can throw them.
You're wrong.
Nope, you're not wrong. It does not fit. It's just one more example of the absence of all that's normal.
Yeah.
In any of these, I mean, this is almost like working 5 cases at once and trying to make them all get along with each other. It's just, nuts.
Yeah. And then we get to the two simple data points or the access points. How did they get into the house? How did the family get into the house? And why is the sheriff not just coming out to the public and saying, look, here's what happened that morning when they went to find their mother. End of story, move on, nothing to see here, yada, yada. Okay. Yeah. But instead.
And you are correct, Bunny. That 9-second phone call did not get too much press, right? And that was one that was a potential ransom call, I suppose. But that call did not get too much coverage. You're right about that.
He comes out with this other statement of everybody's off the table. No, thank you. Keep moving. Okay.
Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. But now you have a lane of communication taking place with one particular news network, NBC. Because Brian Entin just reported today that he's frustrated that he's not getting the sit downs like NBC is. Well, who's driving that conversation? I'd like to know, right? I mean, behind the scenes.
This is fair use to use the video. That's how YouTube works.
Who's, is that going to be a crafted narrative, ultimately? And is the sheriff under a lot of pressure behind the scenes?
And by the way, why are so many people giving me crap about playing this video? We play videos all the time. Why is it this channel there's all of a sudden people trying to clown me for it? Like, what the hell's up with that?
To say whatever he wants to say. Anne, what are your thoughts?
Oh, I agree. I think there's, you get into the other very odd thing here is there's no information that anybody can, like a group of us can look at. They wouldn't put anything in about the crime scene, even the entry into the house. What is helpful is this timeline you put out, and there are big gaps. Right. And to try to figure that, they seem very reluctant.
So many people just don't know how to understand that more than one thing can be true at the same time. The warrant to search Carlos could have been gotten simply on the picture by that sketch artist. It doesn't mean he's guilty, because more than one thing can be true at the same time. Some people don't understand that. And they'll say, oh, you're slamming them for telling them the reason why they had a warrant. No, more than one thing can be true at the same time.
To do any kind of interpersonal kinds of work. They're so kind of avoidant of it. I wonder, why haven't they I know that there are some really good platforms out there that just take data, lots of data, and enter it in, and it can give you some, some machine learning. Why don't they do that?
Yeah, and Maureen's the expert in this. I mean,
No one said for sure the phone pinged. His defense lawyer is guessing that. And I asked the chat if they thought that's what was going on. But we don't know what their reasoning was, but there was enough to sign off on a warrant. That's all we know.
Absolutely.
This is your run here. I mean, you've done this 1,000 times with
couldn't you do that?
Connecting the dots. Huh?
Or even take the tips that are coming in. Would that give you anything? I don't know.
Oh yeah, the tips. There's a lot of tips coming in, and as soon as you double the ransom or the reward, the tips doubled. So they're looking at all the tips.
This is fair use, Merge. What the hell's wrong with you?
Very closely, and as you all probably well know, if you have one tip that says, I think I saw someone walking down the street with a hoodie, but then you have another one saying at that same location saying they saw a tag to a vehicle, then you have another one, then as they collate, they get pushed up to the top. I know they're very busy. I know they're working very hard. And I know, the Bureau isn't saying anything because we normally don't say anything. We're very disciplined in that regard. I think one of the big issues here is that not only is the sheriff talking, he's talking out of the left side, the right side. I mean, and it's just confusing. But to get back to everyone's point about how...
And by the way, if I somehow get a strike for this, we're never watching the interview room again, and everyone who's given me grief can go screw themselves.
They got in. I think we can look at a couple of things and say, and agree generally, that they did not go in through the garage door when they got there. They probably didn't go in through the front door. They would have seen the blood right away.
Yep.
They probably went around to the back to get into that back door because they noticed it was ajar or open to some extent. And I'm relatively certain they didn't go in through a window. Now, they may have gone in through a slider. So we're down to the back door, that blue door with the 9 panes of glass in there, and or one of the sliders. But when you looked at all the images of that back door, it did not appear to be forced entry. Normally, you'll see splintering and things along those lines.
No, I'm not rude. I'm matching the actions of people who are being antagonistic and hostile. There's a difference.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
It looks fine. And, and I mean, if you kick a door hard enough, I'm doing this to look. Yeah, if you kick a door hard enough, you're going to have an imprint on that door, which is what the evidence team would be measuring very carefully, photographing, and lifting also. So you don't see any of that right there, and all the panes are all intact, appear to be intact.
And it's the same on the other one too, Maureen.
Correct.
On the garage side.
So we're looking at the garage door being open with either the keypad where it didn't log on the app that someone must have had for them to have that data point, because every data point on that timeline, I always throw things on a timeline. I find them to be just so filled with information.
And I noticed myself, I guess I must be a little cranky today because sometimes people control and whatever, and it doesn't get to you. But sometimes you can be more annoyed by them than other times. And I just don't like it because saying the strike thing, that does impact me a lot. So I don't like that if it were to happen.
Information. And the door, the doorway or the garage door opening and closing, etc. The fact that they didn't mention it tells me it was opened in a different way because they can't verify that data point. But it also goes back to what you were saying before, Chris, about what was it with the timeline? Oh, with Savannah's mom going on that show. That was, just a few months before. That's a point I would have on that timeline for sure, because I would be looking for things to be happening along those lines. Like, for example, when you consider that shooter in Vegas where he shot all those people at that country western concert, but no one could ever come up with any type of motive whatsoever. The only thing I thought of was I went back and looked at when did he had one pistol his whole life. And then all of a sudden he starts buying fancy long guns. I mean, really expensive weaponry and lots of ammo. So I looked at that date, and then I looked sociologically, what's going on around that date. And the only thing I could really find was a week before he started acquiring big numbers of weapons. It was that movie called The Accountant, where it was like him, a simple, boring accountant who actually was a world-class badass. And I thought, geez, could it be as simple as that? I mean, would that make any sense at all, Ann or Gary?
Well, he's in my database with Rocky Gerges at the at Columbia Medical Center, and we also struggled with a motive for Stephen Paddock. That's who you mean, right? Paddock.
Yep. Yep. That's the only thing I ever.
It's an interesting idea, but I think Maureen.
What number is he, Gary? Where's he fit?
Oh, we would go very far afield if I answered that question. So I'm gonna resist answering.
Where do we get him, man?
Right. but I can answer a separate show.
You have a book, Maureen?
What happened?
Not yet. Go
I
ahead.
should. If I do have a book, I'm going to name it "My Life as an FBI Agent and Other Disasters."
Oh, that's a good one. But,
finish your thought, Gary. I'm sorry.
That's a great title by Maureen. Did you hear that? My Life as an FBI Agent and Other Disasters.
No, but with Paddock, I think we saw some emotional health issues, gambling debt, descent into depression, things like that. But the point I had wanted to make that I think is, I always like to think about historical cases for precedent wherever they exist, and I'm not making a comparison really between these cases. Just a point, right. A little detail is. Think of the 1969 Tate and LaBianca murders in California involving the Manson family. When that first happened, people's theories about it were things like it was a drug deals gone haywire, it was copycat killings, maybe it was some Satanist, kind of thing, which was a very hot idea at the time, etc.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, after Susan Atkins claimed she did it alone originally out of devotion. Once they find out what's really going on, Bugliosi, remember Vincent Bugliosi, comes out and says, actually, behind the curtains, there was a cult leader who convinced this group of people that they were going to start a race war, a helter-skelter race war, and that was the true motive for this. And then out of nowhere, you went from a home invasion with a slaughter, right, like that, to this absolutely, bizarre kind of alternative thing. Well, the valuable lesson in that is to not forget the idea that there could be a cook behind, back in the kitchen, right? And what I think is that in this particular case, the sheriff seems to be talking about who could be responsible based on who actually seems to have made contact with the victim and done whatever happened to her. But there doesn't seem to be consideration of the larger nexus that could be involved, right? So the idea is...
And the thing to remember is, just like Jennifer Koffendorfer said, and I think Maureen agrees with this too, we might not know 90% of what they know. The FBI and law enforcement, they could know all sorts of things that they just haven't told us. Now, is that wishful thinking, considering how we've seen them run the case so far? Possibly. But maybe the FBI knows more. That's possible. Sheriff Nanos? I don't know. He seems to be all over the place. It seems like his communication with the public just does not go well. He could be doing a much better job at that. And also, to reiterate, the only reason why I included Carlos in the thumbnail in this is because I wanted to say the reason why I thought maybe the search warrant was even a thing. And I saw that sketch that sketch artist made. That sketch is supposed to be what the person on the Nest Cam looks like. So she drew that, even though it was a masked man. But yeah, she's done the job for 20 years. That's the sketch. And hey, if they show that to a judge, is that enough for a search warrant? Yeah, probably. Considering the scope of this case and how many eyeballs are on it. Yeah, just a search warrant. But a search warrant doesn't mean you're guilty. A search warrant doesn't mean that you're being slandered. It's just the truth that this is maybe what it was. I'm not saying it's for sure what it was. Just a guess. Maybe it's a ping. His defense lawyer thinks it might be a ping because he's a delivery driver. I don't know. We're just throwing around theories with that, but we are not saying he's guilty. I don't think he is. I don't think he's guilty. I don't think anyone thinks he's guilty for that matter.
I don't think that any person in the immediate circle or anybody who sort of knew her in some ancillary way seems to have gone in and taken her or taken her life. So the focus seems to be on there, but I suspect that there's more to the story. This is like before they figured out there was a Manson, right?
Right.
So who is this behind the scenes that is involved? Because that man that is in that video did not perpetrate this alone.
No.
That guy looks like he couldn't, remove a sandwich from a paper bag without difficulty. So, I mean, you're talking about somebody who put plants in front of a camera.
Yeah, but this guy has shaped how the investigation's
That's the idea.
heading right now, and that's problematic. I mean, anybody that anybody knows that once you start going down that tunnel, if you're not, keeping an open mind and allowing other people to have, better ideas sometimes, and a lot of times, then, that becomes very dangerous, because what we have right now is we have a totality of conversation around, this is a total abduction. It was a burglary gone crazy. I've never ever worked at Caper where a burglar decided to take an 84-year-old woman out of the building.
Yeah, it's almost trying to imagine bad guys say, "Hey, I've got a great idea. Why don't we wrap her in a tarp and try to carry her around, and let's even cross the border where there's all those cameras and everything.
Exactly.
Great idea. Let's go."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Well, the other thing I think it's important is that it could have been that they had thought they had planned this well, and they did plan it well, because look at, they've gotten away with it for 4 weeks. So I'm not saying they
And you can't forget that part, right? They've gotten away with it up until now.
didn't plan it well. But I think that the medical piece, I'm not sure they were aware of the medical piece. That could be something that they didn't have information on.
Well, Anne, imagine this though. If you and I if we walked into Nancy's bedroom, what would we see? We would see all of her pills.
Yeah.
It's either on her nightstand, on her dresser, or right in the washroom. They're not hidden.
Yeah.
If you take drugs that you cannot forget.
Well, I wish they'd let us into her room.
Oh, well. They
I mean, we
can't.
don't have anything on the inside of the house. I mean, I think that's where a lot of the clues would be.
You're going to abduct a person who's potentially worth millions of dollars and not take their meds? You need the person to be alive.
And that's only if that's the goal, is ransom money. The longer this goes, I don't think that's the motive. I think it might have been a punishment / revenge. At first, I thought it was money. But as time goes on here, I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, that
would be the first thing you would do. Is you'd say, pack a bag, take everything you need.
Which is fine if they did, but we don't know that. I mean, are the medicines still there?
It looks like her medicines were not taken.
We know her watch isn't, right?
No, they were saying that her medicine was still there at the house.
Oh, they did say that.
And
yes.
her purse.
Oh, okay.
Everything's still there.
Everything, yeah.
Right. I mean, that doesn't look like an abduction.
Her phone, her purse, her car, her medications, it's all there. It's everything is at the house still.
And what would explain that? If she was already dead, right? That would explain that too, right? You don't need any of that if she's already dead. And your goal wasn't ransom anyway. So if your goal was ransom, and even if you killed her by accident, you would maybe bring those things just to try to pretend, right? And you would just hope they wouldn't ask for proof of life. But that's what I would say about that.
Right.
Which again, if we go back to, okay, this guy here, he can't even figure out how to cover the doorbell, which we've beaten that to death. He can't even figure out how to carry a holster correctly.
We may want to consider asking, putting out a query to every medical facility in the country for anyone that has shot their genitalia off because with the way he's carrying, that's a good probability that
he's
happened.
running a risk level there for sure. But and then
All right. So we're at 2 hours 32-ish. Let's see what Banfield has to say with Cece before we go back to that.
Very big news that I can break to you tonight about the Nancy Guthrie investigation. I have spoken with one of my sources, and I did not know this before. I'm going to tell you about that in a second. Quick housekeeping, though. Tomorrow night, I'm going to hold a members-only Q&A session. All the questions you have about the Nancy Guthrie case, as well as any other questions that you want to ask. Big Q&A session tomorrow. That's Sunday, February the 22nd at 6 p.m. Eastern. If you're not a member, hit the join button and then you can submit your questions as well. If you are a member already, I put the link to the chat in my community post on YouTube. So I will see you all tomorrow. And thank you if you've already joined. I really appreciate it. And please don't forget, subscribe. Just hit the subscribe button. It really does help a lot in keeping this podcast going. Quick word from my sponsor. Have you checked out Wild Grain yet? Seriously, while ago tonight, it's Saturday night as I come to you, that Nancy Guthrie disappeared late into the night on Sunday morning. And that means we're heading into week 4. And that makes it all the more fascinating. The reporting that's coming out today, as well as what I've discovered from my source, just sort of puts me in a whole different direction now.
And yeah, I think she's gone too. At this point, the likelihood that she's not is so low at this point because it's been so long. It's been 3 weeks. So I said yesterday, it's like 98% to 2, maybe 99 to 1 at this point, unfortunately. But while you're here, please remember to like the video. Likes help my illnesses. Today, my illness is tuberculosis. Getting to 1,000 likes cures my tuberculosis for the day. Please subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events. And most importantly, we have an awesome flock of black sheep in the comments. They are an awesome community, very supportive. They give good vibes to anyone who needs them. And I thank them for all of their support.
I've spoken to someone who is in law enforcement, is familiar with the investigation, who has told me that the blood found, and again, blood found inside the house. This is something that I reported on day 3, that another source of mine, a high.
And by the way, when I say my illness, it's part of a joke. I don't really have them, but it's part of the comedy routine to get to the more likes, just so you know.
Level law enforcement source reported there was blood found inside the house. No one in law enforcement, the sheriff, etc., has confirmed that. But my source said there was blood found in the house. Today, another law enforcement source familiar with the investigation has said that the pattern of that blood inside the house matches the pattern outside the house, outside Nancy's front door. So you've seen that video where you can see droplets of Nancy Guthrie's blood leading away from her front door and down the gravel path to the driveway. But those pattern droplets, as many experts have, described it, are as vertical. They fall straight up and down, 90 degrees, and there's no smears. There's no stepping in it. There's no struggle. There's no signs of struggle on that front doorstep. My source tells me it is exactly the same inside the house, that there's no sign of struggle in that blood. It's not smeared. There's no steps. They are those straight up and down drop pattern blood. I asked where in the house, and I did not get that answer. I can't tell you if it was in the bedroom, if it was in the front entrance. What I can tell you is that at the time that 911 was called and sheriff's deputies were dispatched,
why wouldn't they leave Nancy there? Because if she's dead, you're not going to want to leave the body and automatically create a homicide, right? I mean, no body is no homicide for now. Now, there'll come a point when they can turn it into a homicide, but that they're not calling it a homicide yet, right? So that would be the reason. That's one reason why they would take her if she was dead. Now, if she was alive, why wouldn't they take her? Because if she's alive, then she can describe who or what it was, or who it was. Especially if it was someone the family knows, she would know who it was and say, "Oh yes, this is who it was," and then they get caught. So once they're there, and she's also there, like at that point, if their goals are punishment, revenge, money, they're taking her for all of those reasons, right?
Patrolman came. Basically, it was a call about a missing elderly woman. They were not aware at the time that this was much more than a missing.
Thank you very much for the super chat, Abdullah. Why was Tom allowed to return home following his arrest in the U.S. on child predation charges? Who is that? Tom Ardium? Does anyone know who that is? If I can look it up who it is. But thank you for the super chat.
Elderly woman, but the signs, again, and this is a second source now telling me this, is that the back door was wide open. The blood droplets were inside the house and outside the house, and the front camera had been knocked off its mount. My first source said smashed, cameras plural, nest. Second source now saying definitely camera knocked off or ripped off.
So Mike, thank you for this super chat too, Mike. Mike wants a live weather report in New Jersey, temperature in inches. Let's see. Temperature 29. Heavy snow for the next hour. Doesn't say how many inches yet, though. I have to look out the window. But thank you for the super chat.
Off or gone, moved off in some way. And so this is just fascinating because at the same time that I'm learning this information about these blood droplets inside the house matching blood droplets, the same pattern outside the house, there's reporting that comes from NBC that the sheriff has given an interview to NBC, taped it yesterday. It was released today. And I'm recording this at 10 o'clock at night, Saturday, February 21st. And this is what the reporting says, that there are no names that the sheriff's team is looking into. And there's a snag with the mixed DNA at the Florida lab that the sheriff is using. What's interesting is Michael Ruiz from Fox says,
so it looks like there's about 5 to 6 inches out there, depending on the drifts. It could be probably more in some drifts. So 29 degrees and 5 to 6 inches.
this runs completely counter to what we've been told till now, or at least what we've discovered. Reporters and investigators who are looking into this case have discovered the statements from local law enforcement do not match what we've learned with our own eyes, that there are names that have been taken and photographs to various gun shops all around Tucson. Gun shop owners and workers have actually been on television talking about it, running the names that they were given through their system. None of them apparently coming up positive at this point. So maybe it's semantics, but there were names. It's just that maybe those names haven't panned out. But again, it's the clarity is not there with regard to what the sheriff is saying. There's no names the team is looking into. FBI was certainly looking into names, upwards of 40. Brian Entin said upwards of 40. Other reporters saying several dozen. Photographs as well being taken around to local law or to local gun shops. It's also unclear at this point if the DNA that was recovered inside the house, the male profile, unknown male DNA that didn't match Nancy Guthrie or any of those people who are close to her, it's unclear if it's been used. This is sad. This is something that, you know, this is coming from how the sheriff has interviewed with NBC. And it's frustrating because the sheriff said that the lab that he's using is having trouble isolating mixed DNA samples.
So I do want a clear definition on what that means. And that's what hopefully CC is going to be able to help us out with. That's Ashley's guest.
He said again that everything's still being analyzed, but this is troubling because we've been wondering why. We got a report back so quickly on gloves 2 miles away that had DNA in them that was, sent off to CODIS, returned back, no hits, and also doesn't match DNA that's in the house. But now we're learning that this is a struggle. We've been hearing before from the sheriff that there needs to be a separation of the mixture. That's kind of the wording that he was using before. But now that there's a snag with mixed DNA at the Florida lab, unclear if the DNA recovered has been useful at this time. So I thought right away to talk to Cece Moore. Cece is the chief genetic genealogist at Parabon Nanolabs. She knows everything. I mean, literally walking encyclopedia when it comes to DNA. And I had so many questions about the difficulty that the lab in Florida is having separating out the mix, as the sheriff told NBC. And then this report that there are these blood drops inside the house. I just had so many questions about what kind of mix could this possibly be. So I had a lengthy conversation with Cece about this, as well as the efforts, if they do get that sample, to upload it to CODIS at some point. Or if that doesn't work, use investigative genetic genealogy. And they're not the same thing. And there's a lot of confusion about it. And she clears it all up, exactly what the path is. So,
and that's a great question by Ashley Banfield. That's exactly the question I would have too.
I want you to hear that conversation with Cece Moore. Cece, tell me about the significance of what the sheriff has told NBC that the Florida lab, and this is, I'm giving it in my lingo, is struggling to separate out this DNA. What does that say to you?
Yeah, it's really concerning. And it tells me that it's unlikely that it is Nancy's DNA mixed with the suspect. And that's really what I was hoping for. Because if it was Nancy's with an unknown male, then that almost certainly would be the suspect, especially if it was fresh DNA, if it was, for instance, blood, if she fought back.
So it is not Nancy and an unknown person. So let's see who it is, though.
Because clearly there was some kind of altercation. So that leads me to speculate it's more likely it's 2 or more unknown people's DNA. That's not so straightforward if you don't know who either of those contributors are. There might even be more than 2, which really makes it very complex. If it was Nancy's DNA mixed with an unknown male, they have her DNA, they've got the blood from the front porch, it would be relatively straightforward to extract her portion out from that mixed sample. It's called deconvolution. And it's something we do a lot. Our scientists at Parabon are amazing at it. So a lot of my cases I've been able to help solve were from mixed samples. But you have to have a certain proportion of the person that you're trying to identify in that. If they are the minor contributor by a significant amount, if it's say 90% one person and 10% the person you want to ID.
So if neither one of them are Nancy and it's just 2 people, those 2 people could be anybody, right? Could be a suspect, could be a delivery person, could be a friend that's not immediately close to them. It could be so many things. It could be DNA that someone carried into the house. I mean, it's just so many variables.
That can be virtually impossible. So it's really disappointing. I definitely had my hopes up that this was going to be a straightforward deconvolution, that it was Nancy and someone else, which would make it more definitively tied to the actual crime. If it's, say, transfer DNA, or what's commonly called touch DNA, from multiple unknown people, that really does make it difficult, and that's really disappointing.
I have so many questions about that. And the news that my source has broken to me today is that those blood droplets outside continued inside in the same pattern inside. I can't tell you where, just that the blood that was found inside the house, my source, law enforcement source, says it is the same droplet pattern. It's not.
So this is something we've heard nowhere else. It's the same droplet pattern inside the house that's on the front step, which would make perfect sense, right? So she was bleeding. If it's Nancy's blood, she was bleeding before she left the house.
not a struggle, it's not a smear. But does that help you to sort of think through what might be happening in Florida?
Well, we don't even know if it is that sample, at all. It could be something completely different. Maybe they swabbed a faucet, for instance.
And this is another big problem, right? We don't know what kind of DNA they're even testing in Florida. Touch DNA. Now, the gold standard of DNA is blood or semen, or I guess saliva. That's the holy trinity of DNA. And maybe hair. Would you consider hair part of it too? Maybe the top 4. But we don't even know what kind it is. So we have to be careful.
Times when people are at a crime scene for an extended period of time, which it sounds like this person was, they use the restroom. It's the oddest thing. There's been people who have spit in the toilet, who have used the toilet and left it and didn't flush it. And so we've been able to identify people that way. So it's so difficult to speculate as to what it is they have without more information. But just, as we just discussed, the fact that the deconvolution is difficult, if that reporting is true, that does make me believe it's less likely that it is one of those straightforward deconvolutions where you can extract out one person's known DNA.
And to be clear, the sheriff has only released that there is biological, matter that they are continuing to test. At one point said DNA, male DNA, not connected to Nancy or her immediate circle of known.
I actually did see him say it was a mixture. First, he was talking about separating it out, so I was speculating it was a mixture. But then I actually heard him use those words.
Yeah, and I have too. And I wondered, is it possible that now knowing this information, that there's this blood and its droplets inside the house, that there might have been some kind of a struggle or an injury happening where the assailant, expelled saliva or just expiring, his own breath may have mixed with her blood. Is that a possibility?
It certainly is, but I believe that if that was what they were working with, they would not be struggling with it. Now, I don't know how reliable that reporting is, but if that is correct, that is what leads me to believe that it is something, less straightforward than that. Ever since we heard there was a mixture, I was hoping it's Nancy's DNA, it's the suspect's DNA mixed, that would be something that I don't think the lab would struggle with at all. But we've been contacted in the past where they've had 3 contributors or 4 contributors. And, if these are unknown individuals, it becomes very difficult, if not impossible, to separate that out and to be able to focus on this one person.
A lot of people would wonder, well, what kind of a mixed source might they have tapped? And I'm not suggesting you're going to know, but I thought if there's male DNA, it could be, it came in a FedEx package and the FedEx package went onto the counter in the kitchen. Is that the kind of thing that might end up becoming a mixed sample, or is that way off?
No, that's correct. And that is why it's so disappointing to me as well, because if it's not blood, if it's not saliva, if it's transfer DNA or touch DNA, as people call it, that is less likely to be the suspect, because we leave DNA everywhere we go. And you and I could be together and I could get a piece of your hair on me and I could go home and transfer that into my home and you were never even there. So having someone's DNA, if it's transfer DNA, doesn't necessarily mean they were even there.
And transfer DNA, right? Imagine how many people might get caught up in transfer DNA, considering how easily it gets transferred. That's why we said blood, semen, saliva, hair, probably the top 4 ways to get DNA. Now, tell me if I'm missing anything else, but I think those would be the top 4.
We could shake hands and I leave a few skin cells on your hand, and then you could transfer that somewhere. And so it's just far less definitive if that is the type of DNA that they're working with, that it's actually the suspect's DNA. And we know he had gloves. We know he was covered, right? We saw the video. So he was definitely making an effort to not leave any biological material behind.
But he was breathing. but he was breathing. And doesn't breath just automatically expel, or is that just too small of a sample?
I think.
And yeah, I mean, I guess urine and feces, right? I mean, has there been people caught that way? I really don't know the answer to that, but I would think there would be some DNA in there.
I think it depends. I think if somebody sneezed or coughed, you'd have a much better chance. Breathing, not so much, but he had that, what appeared to be that flashlight in his mouth. So that's really hopeful because he likely took that out, right? So he's wearing gloves to try to keep from leaving his DNA, but there's saliva all over that, what looked to be a bite flashlight. He takes it out of his mouth. Now he has saliva all over his gloves. And that could absolutely have been left in the home. It would have been very difficult for him not to leave that somewhere. So that's hopeful, but maybe it's.
But here's the thing though. How convinced are you that Sheriff Nanos and friends was able to find dried saliva, if it was even there, before they opened up the crime scene? Because anything that was found after the crime scene was opened up, now you've just made it so that it's 1,000 times less likely to be something important. But before that, do you think they would have known? Do you think they would have known how to find saliva? What do you think, chat? Press 1 if you think they were competent enough to find dry saliva from the gloves. Press 2 if you think they were not.
Door, right? I'm not sure.
Handle. Yeah, or, I mean, on the door handle, on the cameras that are missing, and my source said smashed, but certainly it is gone off that bracket. That could have, and I wondered that what appears to be a bite light in your mouth would also make you salivate, and maybe there had been some saliva that dropped on those front tiles.
Exactly. I've been speculating the exact same thing for the last few days, that if he leaned forward to disable that camera with that in his mouth, it would have been extremely difficult to keep from slobbering on the ground. So I think that's an option too, although that's more likely to be single source. And it doesn't, and single source means, you know, just that person's DNA, but it doesn't sound like that's what they're working with. If they had that, I don't think they'd be struggling because it's unlikely there'd be anyone else's DNA right there under that.
And it was found inside the house. We know that the biological matter and that, you know, that this mixed sample of DNA is from inside the house. What else could that be? Could that be?
So it looks like it's about 65 to 35, 70, 30 in favor of no. They did not find dry saliva.
I mean, I suppose it could be a lot of things, but yes, what sort of examples could you imagine in your line of work that a mixed sample inside the house could be?
Well, it could be blood, it could be saliva, it could be semen and bodily fluids, it could be touch transfer DNA. Those, and it could be hair, but not mixed. So if it's hair, it wouldn't be mixed. So if we're just talking about mixed exclusively, those are the only ones that I can think of. So it's a, you know, it's either a bodily fluid or a sweat, which is typically, you know, transfer DNA is, you find that. So
and again, he's covered head to toe. So it's hard to imagine that any sweat would have,
well, unless he touched something, you know, that outfit looked uncomfortable. If he reached inside that, and he could very well have been sweating, or maybe some could have dripped because he did have some bits of skin that were uncovered. And if he leaned forward, for instance, if Nancy was in the bed, for example, and he leaned forward, you know, during the abduction, it's certainly possible something could have dripped on the sheets. I don't think we have any reason to believe there was a sexual assault, but we very commonly see mixtures in sexual assaults. That's very, very common. It's actually one of the reasons we work with them so often. Hopefully there was nothing like that. But we can't rule it out because we don't know what they found in the home. So, you know, to summarize what you just asked, blood, saliva, semen, sweat, skin cells are probably the options that they'd be working.
So if we're talking about, I mean, skin cells are hard again because he's all covered up. But like you said, if he touched that bite light, now the saliva is on the glove and he uses a door handle. He's got to open a door, right?
And then that would be mixed, right? Because a lot of people touched that door handle undoubtedly. So you have to hope he was the last one who did. and he's the major contributor. You're always hoping in the mixture that your unidentified person that you need to zero in on is the majority of that DNA sample.
Can I ask you, it's hard to know what the sheriff means when he says that they're having trouble isolating mixed DNA samples.
Mhm.
Is it possible they will never get an actual viable sample from a mix, or is it just possible that they're having trouble identifying it?
It is possible that they would be unable to deconvolute it to the point where it would be identifiable. That's why it's so disappointing. You know,
why is that? Too small a sample?
It's more it's the percentages. So if it is the minor contributor that you're trying to identify, and he's only 10% of that mixture, it can be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to identify that individual, especially if it's more than 2. If it's 2, I think, there's a chance. But if it's 3 and 4, and you don't have the reference samples for the other individuals in that mixture, then you've got a real problem. If they could say, okay, there's 3 people in this mixture, and one of them is Annie's. Okay, we've got Annie's DNA. We can work with that to extract it. That would be helpful. But then you still have 2 unknown individuals. And it's very difficult to separate that out without a reference sample, unless one person's DNA is, by far the major contributor in that mixture. So I wouldn't say it's impossible. It just depends on so many factors, depends on how many people in the mixture. It depends on the percentages. Is one person 50%, one person 40%, and another?
So the more I hear about it, the less hope I even have about it, honestly. I was holding out hope that this might be something. But the more I hear about how it's broken down and how we don't even know what kind it is, I don't know. Kind of seems like a long shot. But then again, Brian Kohberger case, that probably seemed like a long shot too, right? So we don't know.
Another 10, is one person 90% and another 10? All of those things are what go into determining whether it's going to be able to be successfully deconvoluted and then identified.
And to be clear, I've mentioned this a lot in many of my episodes. This lab in Deerfield Beach, Florida, I think it's called DNA International. Is that
DNA
correct?
Labs International, yes.
DNA Labs International. No joke. They are good.
Right.
And they
are
have
very
solved. Right. And I know that there was a lot of consternation early on. How could the sheriff do this? But literally, they are a phenomenal outfit that has solved crimes before, like really tricky crimes to solve. Mm-hmm. If they can't do it, is there anybody else who could?
So before she goes into this question, 945 likes. We're almost to 1,000 likes, which is the milestone for the day. Please like the video if you didn't like it already, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I talk about true crime and current events every night, and there's an awesome flock of black sheep here in the live chat. Come over here and check them out.
If they can't do it, you're at the end of the road.
Well, I mean, I don't want to advocate for Parabon, but I would say Parabon's bioinformatics scientists are specialists in mixture deconvolution. It's something that they are especially good at. A lot of my successful cases have been. But again, even for them, it's going to come down to the proportions and the number. So I don't know. I haven't worked with DNA Labs International's deconvolution because we have such good bioinformaticists at Parabon. So I don't want to say they're better than theirs. I don't know. But I believe very strongly in this lab. I've worked with them. They are great at extracting DNA. Parabon doesn't do extractions. So we've had them extract the DNA from the evidence on a lot of our successful cases that I've been able to go on and help law enforcement solve. And so I know how good they are on really difficult samples. So as I've been saying all week, I have full confidence in them. And I actually think the sheriff made a great choice because they're kind of a one-stop shop. They can do the extraction, they can create the STR profile, which is the one that's uploaded to CODIS, and they can create the SNP profile that's used for genetic genealogy, all in parallel, right? As soon as they do the extraction, they can start both of those other processes at once. And so he saved time, because if you just send it to someone that only has the capability for the CODIS profile, which the FBI does, FBI doesn't have the capability to create a SNP profile for genetic genealogy in-house. They always send that out.
So Cece here, she has no problems with them sending it to the Florida lab because they can actually do things that the FBI lab can't for the genealogy test. How about that? So she agrees also with Jennifer Koffendorfer. So it makes me wonder if sometimes people are trying to create a ruckus and create conflict when there isn't any, because it seems like this part she's all on board with sending the DNA to Florida. Some people were trying to make it seem like, no, it was actually terrible of the sheriff to do that. He should have just sent it straight to the FBI. So I don't know who was saying that, but people were reporting that.
And that is not something that is done in public labs, government labs. It's always a private third-party lab that creates that SNP profile. And so by sending it to a lab he has a lot of experience with, he's had a contract with them for a long time, he's obviously had a lot of successes with them. To me, that was a great choice. Was it the best choice? I don't know. I would think so, in my opinion.
And Jolly, you are correct. This is the first we've heard about the FBI needing to send this out to do the genealogy test, right? We were always hearing about how CODIS couldn't be sent from a private lab to the FBI directly. It would have to go from a private lab back to Arizona to the FBI lab, right? That's what we were hearing about. But this aspect of it, that the FBI would need to send it out to do the genealogy test, this is the first we've heard of that. I don't think Cece here said it when she spoke to Brian Entin or anyone else where we saw her, right? We've seen her a few places by now. News Nation.
But I don't know all, the details. But the fact she was criticized for it, I think
you're in the business.
Really,
I think people would value your opinion because this literally is your business. You know it better than any of us.
Well, I think he made a great choice. And the fact he was criticized for it was, in my mind, competitive posturing from the people that were speaking out about it, because the person who originally was interviewed that came out and said it was devastating owns a competing lab, and they would have, I'm sure, liked to have worked the case. We all would have.
So what do you know? Did you hear that? She said the people that said it was terrible that the sheriff did that ran a competing lab, and they wanted the money / notoriety for solving the case. What do you know? See? Follow the motives, follow the money, and you learn a lot. So we've learned more from this interview here from Cece that she did not say in other places. Very interesting.
Would have liked to have worked the case. I would have loved to have helped try to find Nancy. But, only one lab, one team is likely to get that opportunity, at least outside the FBI. The FBI may come in and bring their investigative genetic genealogy team in, just like they did on the Kohberger case. It was started by one company, and then it wasn't happening quickly enough, apparently. So the FBI took over the investigative genetic genealogy and identified him. We might see something similar here. But first, they've got to get that SNP profile. And probably the glove that was found 2 miles from the home, I wouldn't be surprised if they already have that, or already, moving forward with that.
Oh, we got a super chat here. Thank you so much for this, Peach. Oh, almost lost you here. There we go. Peach, thank you so much for the super chat. You are awesome. Super chats are a great way to support the channel. So are super stickers, and so are memberships. But thank you again, Peach. You are the best.
But the DNA inside the home, which to me is much more compelling, apparently seems to be challenging. So it may take a while for them to create a SNP profile if they're even able to do so.
So
and that's the first time I've said that, because I've always thought they absolutely would be able to, but I didn't have all the information.
And I'm going to get to that process in a minute, but I just want to be super clear, because sometimes I need people to talk to me like I'm 5.
As we all do, if it's something we're not super familiar with.
Right. STR is the standard thing that most people are used to hearing about, but SNP, how does that differ in the most simplistic terms?
It's just a completely different type of genetic marker. So an STR is a short tandem repeat. It's a certain type of genetic marker. SNP is a single nucleotide polymorphism. It's a type of genetic marker that changes quickly. So we share 99.9% of our DNA. But if you want to identify someone, you need to look at the portions of the DNA that mutate more quickly, that vary among us. And the only reason that two people would share a significant stretch of SNPs is if they have a common ancestor in their family tree. And that is what our work is based on. We need to find people that share these long stretches of SNPs in their DNA because they can only inherit that from a common ancestor.
Most of what you're saying is lost on me, but let me ask.
Okay, yeah, I'm not saying it an easy way. Okay, well, STRs,
let me ask you if this is accurate. Okay. And again, this is sort of I'm the neophyte in the room right now, but the way I've always understood it is you take a sample and you upload it to CODIS. And if it's a perfect 100% match, you get your result.
And it'll be the same string of numbers. Yes.
Okay. If it's not quite a full match, but it's a 50% match, CODIS will say, we can't help you, but you should take that 50% because we might actually have here a family member, a parent is 50%. If you get a 25% match, maybe it's a sibling or a cousin at 12%, or an aunt or an uncle, and you're on your own as a law enforcement agency. You can't use CODIS now, but you can go off to the state databases because some states have a pretty robust database of offenders and even arrestees. And if the state database doesn't help, well, then I'm going to get to this. It's a longer conversation. You go sort of like the Hail Mary, and you look to the retail genealogy databases like 23andMe and Ancestry, and because they're private and not available, you got to use a warrant. Does that sound right, the way I explained it?
Mostly. So let's break it down. There's 3 different types of searching in databases. There's the STR profiles in CODIS where they're looking for an exact match.
So the STR profiles in CODIS where they're looking for an exact match. What they sent, there was no exact match. So let's see what the other 2 are.
They can also search the state and local databases for that exact match. They're looking for that person who's been arrested and or convicted of a serious crime and they've been compelled to put their DNA in that database.
And again, it did not match with this.
Some states allow what's called familial searching. There's a lot of confusion with genetic genealogy and familial. Familial is using that same STR profile, that law enforcement genetic profile, to look for immediate relatives. It really only works for very close relatives, typically
like the 50%ers, like the parents.
I wish Ashley wouldn't interrupt her, but
parent, child, and full siblings. So full siblings also share on average 50%.
So that part would work for parents, children, or full siblings. So only very direct. Okay.
Parents and children, exactly 50%. Full siblings, on average, 50%. There is a more complex type of familial DNA searching in the law enforcement databases called YSTRs. And they're looking for people who share their direct paternal line. So their father's 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 line. And those could be more distant relatives, but they connect on that direct line. Then
that is interesting. Why is it only the father's line that the YSTR thing looks for? That is interesting.
There's investigative genetic genealogy. So if both of those fail, we can broaden the search because we're looking at about 700,000 genetic markers across the genome, which gives us the power to find distant relatives, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th cousins and beyond. Anyone who uploads their DNA or tests at one of those companies will have hundreds, if not thousands, of relatives on their match list. But now a match means a partial match. They might share less than 1% of their DNA, but they are still your relatives. It's just a matter of how far back your common ancestors are in the tree. If you share 12% of your DNA, you're probably first cousins. You share grandparents. If you share 3%, you're probably second cousins, share great grandparents. If you share 1%, you may be third cousins and share great great grandparents. So the amount of DNA tells us how far back we have to go in the tree to find the common ancestor. Now you got into the next thing, which is though, despite the fact there are over 50 million people who have taken direct consumer DNA tests, law enforcement is barred from using the vast majority of those profiles because the 3 largest companies have barred their use.
And this is something we've gone over before. So 23andMe, Ancestry, and whatever the other biggest one is, they don't even cooperate with law enforcement. Now, they might make an exception occasionally, is what we've heard. Like law enforcement can ask them, hey, do you mind if we do? And they can make the decision to. I wonder, though, if they can be sued for agreeing. I don't know.
So, and again, it's not that they're trying to obfuscate or be difficult. These are private companies, and their clients, their customers, maybe didn't expect that suddenly, they bought this service and they were going to be opened up to law enforcement, and maybe their uncle would be arrested because of it. I mean, it's a fair move that they made to say it's private and it's not open for law enforcement.
Yes, it's fair. But what I've come to learn over the years is the vast majority of people believe that law enforcement is using Ancestry DNA and 23andMe when they're not. In fact, I even hear it in the media all the time. So I've spent a lot of time trying to dispel this misconception. I also get a lot of emails. And
I think this is interesting, though, because it's going to be important to know what we can even get from this DNA, whatever it is. So I think it'll be helpful to know, okay, what are we going to do with it once we even figure something out with it?
Comments on social media where people say, I wanted to help you solve cases, so I tested at Ancestry or 23andMe. And I have to say, no, we can't access that. There's even people in my comments right now swearing that they were given the option to check a box to help law enforcement in Ancestry. That's not possible. That's never happened. So they're misremembering. But the majority of the people in those databases seem to believe law enforcement is already using them. Now, of course, the people that are more educated about the subject, the genetic genealogists, the people that are, have spent more time in this, know that they're not in there. And those people certainly, may have objections. But there are studies that have been done, long-term studies on the public perception of genetic genealogy. And it's been surprising. Even I was surprised at the level of support. About 91% of people supported the use of genetic genealogy to identify violent criminals. And so that wide support in the public, I would think, would encourage these bigger companies to create an opt-in system like GEDmatch. GEDmatch is one of the small databases that we can access. You check a box there if you're willing to let law enforcement compare against violent criminal profiles. Ancestry could do that. 23andMe could do that. They've chosen not to. They've taken the stance, we're not even going to give our customers that choice. That if they would do that, that would be a good middle ground. And I don't think law enforcement would serve them with warrants. But I think the way it's going with the resistance that these companies have put up, I think there will be warrants served on these companies. There's going to be a knockdown, drag out fight. Some of these companies have really deep pockets, and it's going to be tough for them to win it because of the precedent that's been set in the past, that it's hard to keep law enforcement out from somewhere that the public is able to go. And so I've had this explained to me by a former FBI lawyer, a brilliant man, Steve Kramer. And, it sounds...
MSC, that's exactly what I'm waiting for. I want to see the Ring and Nest cameras from people on the street. They might not even release them, but what I would be curious about is if they could see a vehicle. Because there's definitely a vehicle they used. It's just a matter of what. And I think that would be humongous. If they catch a sign of the vehicle, to me, that's the biggest case. That's the biggest thing other than the Nest Cam footage itself. And we'd also want to see the other Nest Cam footage, but apparently Google is saying they might not be able to pull it, which would be disappointing too.
I'm not a legal expert, but it sounds like they're going to have a very good basis to serve these warrants and a very good chance that they could win and get this court order. And then they're in there seeing the whole database. It would be, so much better if people were given that option to choose. That's always what I'm advocating for, is freedom of choice.
I agree with you. It should be something that the customers have the right to opt into, because I do think a lot of people want to help. I mean, just look at the 40,000 tips that have come in to the FBI and to the local law enforcement in Tucson.
They just don't know that they have to download their raw data and put it in one of the 3 databases we can access, which are GEDmatch.
And name those 3, just so everybody can hear. Name those 3 other databases that you can check a box and you can be part of the problem solving.
The 3 databases that we are allowed to use for these types of cases are GEDmatch, Family Tree DNA, and the new nonprofit database called DNA Justice. It's the smallest at the moment, but we're hoping to grow it. And what it's really good for are people who don't want their DNA in a public database where other people can see them. I have people contact me saying, I want to help law enforcement, but I don't want to be seen by my relatives. I don't want adoptees to see me, for instance. And so in DNA Justice, it's exclusively for law enforcement and investigative genetic genealogists who are working their cases. Nobody else can see the match list. So you don't log in like you do at GEDmatch and see the other people in there. So those are the three options, but you have to kind of jump through hoops if you're going to upload to GEDmatch and DNA Justice, because they don't test DNA. You have to have tested elsewhere. So you have to download your raw data and then go create an account and upload. Family DNA will, yeah, and we lose a lot of people who want to help us.
So law enforcement can use your data if you transfer it to that place, if you check that they can. There's a box on those that checks if you can. You have to check the box to agree. I guess if you don't, then they won't.
Because it's a big process. That's a lot to ask. It's already a lot to ask of someone to just come in and volunteer this privacy issue, and then to ask them to take these other steps. Let me ask you about how rare the warrant process is. Because I've heard you speak in the past that you're just so nervous in terms of crime fighting. You're just so nervous that you're going to lose that incredible opportunity if it's overused by too many warrants.
Yeah, I mean, so it's not something that has been done. There have not been warrants served on these large companies, 23andMe and Ancestry DNA. No, because they have a transparency report where they release if they have successful warrants, or I think any warrants, and they have gotten credit card information from their members, but no law enforcement, to my knowledge, and I'm pretty in the loop, has ever been able to get a sample into their databases, either surreptitiously or through a warrant. It just hasn't happened yet, but I believe it is coming. It would have happened if the Charlie Kirk murderer had not been identified so quickly, or the attempted assassination of President Trump.
I still think it would be interesting to do that in the Charlie Kirk assassination there. I'm surprised Candace Owens hasn't listened to this. But apparently my tuberculosis is cured for the night because we got to 1,000 likes. So thank you very much for all the support. If you're still here and didn't like, what are you waiting for? And subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And thank you very much again for all the support. We have an awesome flock of black sheep here in the live chat. Come say hello.
They hadn't found that person. I can almost guarantee those warrants would have been served, but they identified those individuals in other ways. I don't know if this will be the case, but I think it's very possible this is the case. If it's not this case, it'll be another case very soon. I think the FBI is ready to serve those warrants on those companies.
So this is what I think. I think she was taken for revenge or punishment. I don't think it was for ransom anymore. And I think it was someone close to the family or someone close to the family that hired the person who did it. And I think specifically it was to punish Savannah. Outside of that, we know so little it's out of control. And I would also guesstimate that more than one person did it. So I'm thinking 2 to 3. But outside of that, I have no idea. I think, unfortunately, she's probably passed away at this point. But that's really it. That's all I really know. That's all I can really say at this point. And I don't even know for sure if she's passed away or not. I mean, there's a small chance she's still alive, I think.
And, you know, MyHeritage is a whole different discussion. We know it was used in Kohberger, but that's because they accepted outside uploads. They used to allow you to test elsewhere and then port your raw data over there and upload it, just like GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA do. But they stopped doing that after the Kohberger hearings.
Well, they took her so to not leave a body. I mean, if they killed her, why are you going to leave a body to create a homicide? Why not take her and hide the body so that you leave law enforcement guessing? Right now, they're still half on a recovery, half looking for a body, but it certainly hasn't been labeled a homicide, right? So that's why you take her. You take her to hide the body to make things more difficult.
revealed that their database was used. So now you have to swab your cheek and send it in to them. At Ancestry and 23andMe, you have to spit in the tube and mail it in. And they can tell. People say, well, they'll just sneak the forensic sample in. No, it's not that simple, because when you spit in a tube, it is fresh DNA and lots of it. They make you put, I don't know if you've done it, but you put quite a lot of saliva. They do that partly so it's consented. They don't want people stealing other people's DNA. You know, I want to see if my boyfriend has any kids out there, right? Let's get his toothbrush. They don't want that to happen. They want to make sure the person whose DNA is being tested has consented to that. And so it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to try to sneak a small amount of a forensic sample in there. They'll reject it. They reject lots of samples. My brother-in-law's was rejected 3 times before it went through, you know, because some people don't have as many skin cells in their saliva, for instance. So they're very, very careful, and they have very strict standards for what DNA they will accept. So it's not like you can just dump some of the crime scene DNA in that tube and mail it in. It's not going to happen.
I always wondered about that. And it makes perfect sense, because I couldn't understand why I had to fill half of a tube when a crime can be solved like Koberger's with a tiny amount of DNA on the
they don't really need that much. You know, they really just need a much, much smaller amount.
See, let me ask you this. I mean, it's frustrating, right? Because there are just millions upon millions of identities and samples, et cetera, in these commercial databases. But what do you think is going to break the seal? A case like Nancy Guthrie's, where there is this challenge, this warrant served? I thought that multiple warrants have been served in the past, but just not many. It really in the rarest of cases. And you're saying it's just never happened.
No,
do you see it happening?
There's been a warrant served on GEDmatch. I just need to clarify that. When they went into opt-in, opt-out, they used to be wide open. And now it's opt-in, opt-out. And right after they switched to that system, there was a warrant served on them for the full database. But we already had the match list in that case. I worked that case. I already had the pre-opt-out match list. So it really wasn't necessary. And we weren't seeing anything new. I think maybe it was a test case for the people who decided to serve that. But it's been greatly discouraged, because all of us doing this don't want to lose this amazing tool for law enforcement. So detectives, agencies, prosecutors, the FBI, everyone has kind of treated it with kid gloves. We don't want to alienate the public by going in there like a bull in a china shop. So that's why it hasn't happened yet. But
do you think that it's going to happen? I do. In this case, in Nancy Guthrie's case?
If they get a viable SNP profile and they're unable to identify that DNA contributor pretty quickly, I believe it will happen. If not this case, it's going to happen in another case very, very soon. I think they are ready to go. I think it's already written. I think they already have their arguments laid out, and it's just a matter of time before that happens. And the problem with that is once that happens, the dam is going to be open, right? And every agency, every law enforcement agency in the country, and maybe outside the country, may start serving those warrants. And that is probably not what we want either. But there's a lot of law enforcement agencies that are sitting on cases that we haven't been able to solve yet, that are itching to serve a warrant themselves. And so far, they've all held off. Everyone's kind of waiting to see what DOJ and FBI does. But once there's a successful one, I really think there will be many. In fact, those companies will probably have to make a whole separate unit for dealing with them, which I can't imagine they want to have a legal team that is dealing with warrants and court orders all day long.
Well, this has just been so enlightening and so helpful, because I think there is a lot of confusion about the business of DNA and genealogy and familial testing, et cetera. So thank you so much, for the work that you do, for the incredible wisdom that you've been able to gather and digest. And thank you for imparting it on us. I really appreciate it. There's also new reporting from the New York Post today that is troubling for the sheriff. I know he's come under a lot of fire, but this is what the New York Post is reporting. They're saying, Sheriff Chris Nanos is under fire for locking down the investigation into Nancy Guthrie's abduction, limiting all decisions to just himself. And
so, by the way, this was like an alien with those things, right? Those 3 lights. But Carlos is one of the first guys that was detained at a traffic stop. the one before the FBI SWAT raid. So not that night, but a previous night. And he's a delivery driver, Hispanic, and he was detained for 6 or 7 hours. They have not said why they chose to detain him. My guess is what you see in the thumbnail, that there was a sketch artist that drew the picture of the person in the Nest Cam. This footage right here that I paused on, someone drew what she thought the person looked like based on 20 years of her law enforcement experience. That's her job, to do sketches. So she created a sketch. The sketch is what you see in the thumbnail. And I thought, oh, okay. Looks kind of like Carlos. Now, I'm not saying Carlos is guilty. In fact, I don't think he is. I think he's innocent. But I'm saying what could have possibly prompted the search warrant? If law enforcement shows that to a state or federal judge, do you think that's enough for them to say, okay, yeah, go check him out? I would say probably, considering all the eyeballs in this case. What else could it have been? Maybe a ping on a phone. That's what his defense lawyer said to Brian Entin. That wouldn't surprise me either. But either way, I think they're kind of grasping at straws with Carlos. That's my thoughts.
2 senior officers, according to a new report. Nanos, who has also faced intense scrutiny for sidelining the FBI, is only allowing Chief Jesus Lopez and Captain Juan Carlos Navarro control over the hunt for Mrs. Guthrie. Quote, he will only let himself or 2 of his hand-picked staffers make decisions on the case, one insider said. Quote, everybody else is being told what to do. No one else has a say-so or an opinion. It's just 3 men making decisions. It's incredibly unusual to do that when you have so many people working together and the FBI are involved, the source added. Additional quote, it's limited to the thought process of 3 men. They keep everything from the FBI. They just aren't sharing. It's a pretty strident, accusation from someone who says they're inside the investigation. And this is what they added. So no actual detectives are steering this, just command staff.
This is important.
Additional quote, it's limited to the thought process of 3 men. They keep everything from the FBI. Chief Jesus Lopez and Captain Juan Carlos Navarro control over the hunt for Mrs. Guthrie. Quote, he will only let himself or 2 of his hand-picked staffers make decisions on the case, one insider said. Quote, everybody else is being told what to do. No one else has a say-so or an opinion. It's just 3 men making decisions. It's incredibly unusual to do that when you have so many people working together and the FBI are involved, the source.
So only 3 people are making the decisions, and Ashley Banfield's source is making it sound like none of those 3 people are in the FBI.
Added. Additional quote, it's limited to the thought process of 3 men. They keep everything from the FBI. They just aren't sharing. It's a pretty strident, accusation from someone who says they're inside the investigation. And this is what they added. So no actual detectives are steering this, just command staff. This is highly unusual. Normally, an experienced detective would steer it and provide updates through the chain of command, this insider explained. To be fair, it's typical, this insider continues, to keep details under tight wraps, as we saw in the Idaho case. What is unusual, the source says, is command driving the investigation. It's the tail wagging the dog. So again, more sort of chatter from the ground through sources. Again, this is a report in the New York Post. They're citing the Daily Mail from people who are just upset and saying that they just don't like the way this investigation is being run. For his part, sheriff gave a statement.
So I wonder if those people saying that, are they going up their chain and actually making complaints about it? Or are they just leaking it to the media? Now, Jennifer Coffendorfer, former FBI agent Jennifer Coffendorfer, she would not like that one bit. She would say, nope, they got to plug those leaks. They need a unified front. So whoever it is doing this, they're not very happy. They're not very happy with the investigation. They're not very happy with probably Sheriff Nanos. And how much would it surprise you if it's former Undersheriff Rick Castiger or that other deputy or people he knows that are saying things like this? Would that surprise you at all? No, it wouldn't surprise me.
Again today, And here it is. Not a lot there. Neighborhood activity. They start with detectives are back. Detectives and agents, which means detectives from the sheriff and agents from the FBI, are back today in the Guthrie neighborhood canvassing as part of the investigation. No additional details will be provided. We appreciate the cooperation this morning with the traffic movement. Apparently the crews came out, they placed barricades on the roadway. There was a bunch of signs that came up. I saw that with Fox Digital. They captured these crews coming out, posting no parking signs. And I can tell you that's basically just, it's been a zoo on Nancy Guthrie Street. You know, upwards of 300 media at one point showed up. And so as of just late in the week, they decided to change the roadway to one way only and allow zero parking on one side. And, you know, they're just trying to make things workable for the people who still live there, emergency vehicles that need to get through, garbage trucks that need to get through. It was all just getting very, very difficult. And so this was sort of the update. Also, there's another mention, gloves. The sheriff says in the update, detectives and agents have collected multiple gloves from the area, and analysis is part of the investigation. Specific details about these pieces of evidence will not be shared publicly, as this remains an active investigation. Resources, there have been no changes in resources in this investigation. There may be fluctuations day to day based on investigative leads. Several hundred law enforcement personnel remain dedicated to this case. This will remain an active investigation until Nancy Guthrie is found, or all leads are exhausted. And then the comment from the sheriff about DNA. All evidence from the crime scene and search warrant scenes has been submitted for analysis. Lab experts are working through that analysis. As with any biological evidence, there can be challenges separating DNA, etc. There are currently no updates regarding this process. Well, there is an update, Sheriff. You just gave it to NBC. So this is what makes people very frustrated, because they hear one thing from you today and you taped something with NBC yesterday that is different, saying, in fact, there is a struggle going on at the lab in Florida to separate this unknown male DNA from a mixture. So again, you know, clear as mud in the messaging, and also a little unfair too, because this is what happens when things are complicated. You get messy reporting and the public gets messy details and messy facts. All right. Something else that.
So again, do you remember the two people that Brian Entin interviewed? One of them was former Undersheriff Rick Castiger. The other one was another guy who really did not like Sheriff Nanos. He had experience with him. I mean, someone that guy knows would not surprise me at all if they were speaking out about how they didn't like how the investigation was being run. Considering how he spoke about Sheriff Nanos to 1 million people with Brian Entin, of course that wouldn't surprise me. Do you remember that?
The sheriff put in his statement, helicopter / landfill. That's the title. Yesterday, there was a lot of reporting about a private helicopter searching in what looked like a grid pattern over a landfill in the Tucson area. What the sheriff says is the private aerial activity near a landfill yesterday was not related to this investigation. All that says to me is that the investigators weren't involved. Does it mean that a private searcher wasn't trying to do something? It's hard to say, because even if they were using the signal sniffer, that would be part of the investigation. So take that for what it is. Also, private search parties. The sheriff is, it seems, discouraging volunteer search parties. Let me read you his words. Volunteer search groups have inquired about being in the area. Per the sheriff, they were asked to please give investigators the space they need to do their work. We appreciate their concern, and we all want to find Nancy, but this work is best left to professionals. Pima County Sheriff's Department has volunteer opportunities if they wish to get involved with the department. Private property laws apply. It is up to each individual property owner to grant permission for anyone to be on their property. I understand that. That makes sense. But I also have heard criticism that, I mean, for God's sake, the desert is a big place. Why not enlist the help of others? I mean, search parties for Elizabeth Smart were enormous. Private search parties came in and they were looking everywhere. And in a lot of the cases that I've covered, private search parties come in, people that are well established with law enforcement, work well with law enforcement. So I'm a little surprised that they're just being discouraged outright by the sheriff, because again, the desert's a big place and they need as many eyeballs as they can get, you would think. But again, doesn't want to corrupt or disturb their investigative process in any way. Media availability. There are currently no press briefings scheduled. We do not anticipate any sheriff media availability next week. Woof. If that changes, we'll let you know via email or via the Pima Sheriff account on X.
Look at Ashley Banfield pulling off the Kevin from Home Alone. What's his face? Buzz's girlfriend. Woof.
Okay. Well, that's why there's mixed messaging. You give these cherry-picked interviews out, and then you put out a statement the next day that doesn't even match the interview that you gave yesterday. It's all very troubling. It's been frustrating. And I'm not going to lie, but I encourage you all. I've said this a few times and I'll say it again. 1-800-CALL-FBI is the place to call for tips. Okay. 40,000 plus tips have now come in to the sheriff and to the FBI, but they do ask that think about it before you call. Think, is this a viable tip? Don't call with your theories. That's not what they need. Or complaints. Don't do that. It is really just tips. And to that end, is there somebody who's been acting weird? Somebody in the Tucson area that started acting weird on February 1st, Sunday, February 1st. The habits changed, patterns changed, behavior changed. They disappeared for big chunks of time and then reappeared, and they were nervous, but then they disappeared again. And maybe in the ensuing days, their patterns were just inexplicable, as was their behavior. That's a tip. That is a tip. Because whoever did this to Nancy Guthrie didn't have a normal routine that next day or the day after. Probably had some real abnormalities in their routines. So you've got the body shape, you've got the bending, the gait, the way the person moves, the mustache and what looks like a goatee. You've got all that to go on. Some of those clothes, that gun holster, that backpack, balaclava, got all that to go on. And then the behavior. Does it just, so-and-so was acting real weird and didn't come to work for like 2 days with not a good excuse. Or they just keep vanishing and no explanation, or they're acting real strange and uncomfortable. I can't explain it. Those are good tips. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you so much for listening. Don't forget.
So check out Ashley Banfield's channel. She's pretty good. We watch her a lot here. So that either might be the end, or we can watch a little bit more of the interview room. The interview room would go on for a couple more hours, though. We're not going to watch that entire thing. Or we can just kind of kick it for 20 minutes here or so. Because it's Sunday night, and it's snowing in New Jersey. I can't wait for the warm weather. That's all I'll say. It could be an inheritance thing. I think it's revenge. I think it's revenge, and I think it's or punishment. You're very welcome. Glad you found us here. I'm here every night to talk about true crime and current events, and I use my unique experience with mental health addiction and narcissistic abuse to give my unique insight on those things. And of course, there's an awesome flock of black sheep here. And every night I have a sickness that can only be cured by getting at least 1,000 likes. Today, my sickness was tuberculosis, and we got 1,000 likes. But tomorrow, who knows what the illness will be? I'm working alone. Worked 7 years in a prison. Yeah, I could see that, Mr. Rooster. Especially depending on what kind of prison you work in. Minimum security, moderate, maximum, federal, state, county. You got it, Anita. That's where my dad is. My dad is in Massachusetts as well. Swansea, Mass. Swansea and Fall River. Like I said, we might watch a little bit more of the interview room here in a minute just to see. Or we can save it for tomorrow night. No, I would not give myself herpes, Ms. Kim. You're right about that. No herpes, no syphilis. I wouldn't even dare speak those things into the universe. Yeah, I'm learning not to trust it, Baked. I was a little more hopeful at first, but now I'm like, you know what? I don't even know. I don't even know what's going to give me hope anymore about it. It just doesn't seem like. Now the Range Rover, maybe, but outside of that, I don't know. But the sheriff certainly has a big ego. That is for sure. That is for sure. Let's see here. Nah. I have to find it again. Nah, maybe not. How close are we to 1,500, George? You know, and that's another good question, Phoenix. We have not heard anything about Annie's car since that happened. We haven't heard anything about Tommaso either since Ashley Banfield's source said that he was a suspect. It almost makes me wonder if there was a cease and desist. Did Tommaso lawyer up and say, no, you should not be saying any of this. You can't say my name again. Because none of them are saying their name again. Ashley Banfield isn't. Brian Entin isn't. No one is. No one's saying the name. Have you heard Range Rover owner is boyfriend of one? Yes, I did hear about that. I did hear about that. Some people were saying that person looked like the Nest Cam person, but I'm not so sure about it. I'm not ruling it out, but I'm certainly not as sure as some people were trying to make it seem like it was. And I agree, it's not Carlos either. I'm just saying what happened was he looked like the sketch, unfortunately for him. But I don't think Carlos is guilty. I certainly don't. There probably is, Lisa Mitchell, depending on your job, right? If you're an electrician or a plumber, flashlights for your mouth are probably par for the course. Nita says, they said Tommaso was cleared and Annie, they all took the lie detector test. Well, two things about that. Lie detector tests are not admissible in court. Secondly, they said they're cleared, but I have my doubts on whether the sheriff is telling the truth about it. Because why would they ever clear anyone when there is no suspect anyway? Why would they do it? Are they just trying to make the case harder down the line? Because imagine now they do find a suspect, and it's someone that Sheriff Nanos has said is cleared. Don't you think a defense lawyer would have a field day with that and say, but Sheriff Nanos said they were clear? So I think they would just make it difficult. Absolutely, Tim, they can be. How did I draw my conclusions on Carlos from what? That he's innocent or that he looked like the picture? Because both of those things can be true at the same time. He can be innocent and look like that sketch. And that makes sense, KP. I mean, I wouldn't like to be Carlos, to be detained for 6 to 7 hours about a case like this where you think, yeah, actually, Carlos, if you say the wrong things here, we're going to arrest you for kidnapping, maybe murder. No one wants that, right? I mean, think about that for a minute. If you just have the bad luck to be caught up in it and you're innocent, it's got to be nerve-wracking, even if you're innocent. Like, no one's going to be like being talked to like they're a suspect in a case like this. Not at all. But how did I decide what? I don't understand what you're asking. I think Carlos is innocent based on the fact that I think it was someone close to the family that did it. And I think they would hire someone that knew more of what they're doing. I don't think Carlos fits the bill for that kind of person. Now, if you think the person they hired would have been a patsy type person, a person to kind of just lay the blame on, all right, maybe then. But I don't really think so. I think whoever did it was smart enough to not get caught for this long. So they've done something right in their book. Pretty eyes that rattled me tonight on the interview room. From Maureen? Anybody that knew the suspect and is covering up for him. Guilt by association, they call that, right? And I agree, Crop. I don't think he had a motive either. The grassy knoll. Law enforcement is allowed to say people are cleared while still investigating. Yes, they are. And again, I asked before if you think it's a chess move by Sheriff Nanos to say they're cleared, to see if it lulls them into a false sense of security. I've wondered that. Do you think that's true, chat? Do you think Sheriff Nanos is clever enough to lull people into a false sense of security, the family and others, to see if they mess up? I mean, press 1 if you think so. Press 2 if you think he's not that clever. Yeah. 112. Looks like it's pretty close so far. 111. It's looking like it's going to be close to 50-50 almost. Can you believe it? 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 people think he's not clever enough, and 8 people think he is clever enough. That's pretty close. Do you think Sheriff Nanos is clever enough to say people are cleared to try to lull them into a false sense of security to see if they mess up? It's possible. I have to figure out how to run a poll on StreamYard because I don't know if there is a way. I can do it on the community tab of my YouTube, but I'm not sure I can on StreamYard. Even Bongino says the same as I did, that he messed up his case. Yeah. I mean, the biggest mess up he did was opening up the crime scene too soon. That's what I would say. And what events are happening in Mexico? That's also true, Charlie. We had mentioned that before, right? Where I said it's possible Savannah Guthrie and friends told him, no, you should be clearing the family. And that's possible too. But, I mean, Sheriff Nanos, what would he do in that situation? Well, if that's what happened, then he said, okay. Yes, Rooster, I definitely agree. Yeah, I think there was crime scene up for a day. And then Brian Entin was up at the front door taking pictures of that blood. It was crazy. But I mean, and Brian Entin's doing his job, but the sheriff never should have done that. Exactly. No one's cleared. No one's cleared until they find someone, until they have a suspect, until they charge that suspect even, right? It's one thing to have a suspect. It's another thing to make an arrest and then indict them. That's a completely different thing. The cartel is wreaking havoc on Mexico due to an assassination. Who was assassinated? Yeah, and the black mat, the fact that that wasn't searched for DNA or anything, that is insane too. I don't know why I don't know what their excuse was for not doing that. Yes, they do, Miss Kim. You are correct. I mean, a Nanos got interviewed by Brian Entin the other day. That happened too. The drug kingpin assassinated. I mean, in Mexico, the cartel leaders are just as powerful as the politicians, right? And so what's happening now that the cartel leader was killed? What are they doing to the government? Please read my comment up there. But what's the comment? Nanos has put the case on lockdown, which means he kicked the FBI off the case. So only Nano and two of his best cops are on the case. Now he don't want it solved. I mean, it's kind of similar to what Ashley Banfield just said. There's only 3 people making decisions. But where did you hear that he has it on lockdown? Because having it on lockdown is a little different than kicking the FBI off the case. Where did you hear the FBI was kicked off the case? I do agree with what Ashley Banfield said, that only 3 people are making the decisions, and the FBI might not be included in that. But that's still a little bit different than the FBI being kicked off the case. So let me know where you read that, though. That's what I thought, Mace, right? That is what I would think. It'd be big news if the FBI was kicked off the case. That would be pretty, even for Sheriff Nanos, that would be fairly unacceptable. Yes, that would be big news. Now, if they were kicked off the case, that would be big news. I don't think they were. Now, it could also be true that those 3 people in the local law enforcement are making most of the decisions. Yeah, that can be true. But that doesn't mean they were kicked off the FBI. I wonder if all Nanos detectives are working exclusively on this case, or are they also working on other cases too? I guess that would depend on how many other cases there are, right? Clearly, this is the biggest case in America right now, let alone Arizona. Welcome to the chat, Carrie. Glad you found us. We have an awesome flock of black sheep here. Please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel. I talk about true crime and current events every night. And there's this great flock of black sheep here too. The people that don't fit in other places, they fit in here. Mina, welcome. Glad you found us. Natalie from California says, when Entin originally filmed the blood droplets, the little pieces of shrubbery the perp used to hide the cam were still on the ground. It should have been taken in as evidence and tested. Something we should look at then, isn't it, Natalie? If that's really true. Those pieces of shrubbery, because he was grabbing that foliage and hiding the camera, right? There should be some touch DNA on there. Or some saliva DNA on there even. If he touched it with the same gloves that he touched that flashlight with, right? We haven't heard much about that, Candace. We heard just welcome to the chat. All we heard was that there's 3 people making the decisions, according to an insider that clearly isn't happy. Phoenix. We'll have to keep an eye open for that. Well, if we go back into time, where did you see it? In Brian Entin's first video when he first went up? But you can explore that really quick. But Leah, where did you hear that? Where did you hear they were kicked off? Because I haven't heard it. Let's see. All right, Natalie, we'll take a look at it. Let's take a look at what Brian Entin's, what video would be. Probably day 2 or 3, right? We can look at it really quick before we sign off for the night. All right. So this is probably going to be 3 weeks ago. Holy mackerel.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. I am in Tucson, Arizona. This right here behind me, this is Nancy Guthrie's house. Of course, she is the mother, the 84-year-old mother of Savannah Guthrie, the Today Show host. She is still missing, but we're learning some new information about what may have happened here. And I'm going to get into a ton of the new nuggets that we've uncovered. Press conference.
All right, folks, this is the video. So this is the moment of truth here. Keep your eyes open for Foliage.
Until Thursday, unless there's an update, which I thought was kind of interesting because it's only Tuesday. Also new, one of my photographers was able to walk up to the house behind me. And keep in mind, this is no longer a crime scene. I mean, the sheriff made clear that it is no longer a crime scene.
Sheriff made clear it is no longer a crime scene, but it absolutely should have been.
That they released it yesterday.
All right. Let me know if you guys see anything here.
And there hasn't really been anyone out here. There was
the package. Did you see that?
A woman who came earlier today. I don't know if it was a family member, but anyway.
The heck is that? You see that? What is that? See that green thing in the middle? Let's see.
Several different people, including one of my.
What that? What is that? See that green things there? Do you see it? Foliage? Foliage there? Foliage there? Foliage. That's foliage, foliage, foliage. That should all have been taken, right? Well, 20 seconds are going to go even further back. 20 seconds. This is 20 seconds.
Kind of interesting because it's only Tuesday. Also new, one of my photographers was able to walk up to the house behind me. And keep in mind, this is no longer a crime scene. I mean, the sheriff made clear that it is no longer a crime scene, that they released it yesterday. And there hasn't really been anyone out here. There was a woman who came earlier today. I I don't know if it was a family member, but anyway, several different people, including one of my photographers.
Foliage. See all that foliage there? Yes, it is. Foliage on top of the blood. I don't know, Natalie, but that's a good call by you to check this out.
Went up to knock on the door just to see if anyone was.
Foliage, foliage, foliage everywhere. Right? Look at that. Foliage everywhere. It looks like an Amazon package off to the right, William. That's what that was.
Home, because obviously that's like what we do, and it's no longer a crime scene. And you could see up at the door.
See that? Let's go back a second.
And you could see up at the door, this video, you could see that there was blood down near the doormat.
See, all that foliage there should definitely have been taken. Just the foliage.
And just on the ground near the entryway and
foliage
to the house, which is pretty disturbing. There had been reports that there was blood found at the house, and it's pretty clear that this is blood right outside the front door. Where the blood came from, what this means, we don't know.
So there's a blue package there to the right. Amazon.
Also,
any footprints?
The Ring camera is missing from next to the front door. You can see where there's a plate where there appears.
The mat's still there too. As far as we know, they didn't take that mat. Could be either, Candace. I mean, we don't know. We do not know. And that's another good question, Cinnamon. We don't know if someone took that package or not.
There's that there was a Ring camera, but the Ring camera is now gone. And we asked I asked the sheriff about that. At the press conference, I said, you know, there's a missing Ring camera, and he confirmed that and said it is something that we're looking into. So
well, that was it. So what did you learn from that, chat? What did you learn? No, I wouldn't think so. Not in everyone's. It's a spray. Why do you think that? We don't know, Randizzle. They could have done things they just didn't tell us about, too. They absolutely should have taken that front doormat. Absolutely. But as far as we know, they didn't. Crazy times. Crazy world we live in. Now, we were looking, Gene, for the foliage that they could have checked for DNA of sorts. That's what we were doing. Well, hopefully they noticed the blood droplets. That was pretty obvious. All right. But all right. I think that's good enough for today. We did our sleuthing for the day. We looked for the second suspect proof with the light in the background. I'm not convinced that's proof of the second suspect, but I do think there is more than one person doing it. I think that was probably from a house or something like that. I feel like if it was a person, the light would have been moving around more from that video. For those of you who were here 3.5 hours ago. Do they still have any? I don't know, Lorraine. It's a great question. We haven't heard anything about it. We haven't heard anything about Annie's car that was impounded. Absolutely, Natalie. I would be right on that. I agree. Well, we saw plenty of blood there. It's just a matter of what they did with it. I said, George, you're probably right. Yeah, I feel like if she wasn't already, she might have been punched and killed, unfortunately. Have a great night, Jolly. Daily Mail or news break. He might be. I mean, we'll see. Might be something to talk about tomorrow. You're very welcome, Kel Boyce. Make sure you like the video while you're still here. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events. And I'm very appreciative of all of your support. We have an awesome community of black sheep here that looks out for one another. And that's my goal here. The goal is to build a community of people that are fairly like-minded and support one another. People will disagree. That's fine. But people that have each other's back. Disconnected, Mike. Pacemaker disconnected from her phone. 2:28 a.m. 10 p.m. Eastern, Kel Boyce, but it's usually 10:10 to 10:15 because I'm late. As Livin would love to remind you, Livin the mod, everyone should thank Livin the mod. And that's a fair concern. Sherry, that's a fair concern that they might not find her. I mean, I don't think they're any closer. So we'll have to see. Anita, that is very true. Stay warm up there in Massachusetts. Yeah, that's understandable, Lorraine. To be sussed about Annie and Tommaso, understandable. Yeah, we're doing pretty good here. So I'm very grateful that we've gotten to this place. Nope. Let's not go that far, Livin. Let's not go that far. But all right, everybody, Christy, Jolly, George, everyone else, Livin again, thanks for modding. And we'll be back again tomorrow night. So over and out, everybody. Make sure you give a like on the way out and subscribe to the channel on your way out too.